Co-chair of the Highways UK Advisory Board commented, this is the idea that Highways England is not going to be like the Highways Agency, it's going to be a completely different animal. So let's discuss that and let's see what can happen. So the next 2 days are about how we work towards a road network that supports the 21st century economic, environmental and social needs. Today is what that network might look like and how the industry responds. Tomorrow is focusing on intelligent mobility and the disruptive positive impacts of technology and how that's starting to reshape the future of road travel. I mean, if I could just make one point, coming out on the road network from central London to the east to Excel today, I wouldn't want to be going the other way, because literally from Excel to the embankment, there's gridlock. So never mind what's to be done elsewhere. On the main arteries in and out of London, there's so much to do. Packed 2 days, many activities are running in parallel. A lot of the best bits will take place in here, in the McDonald Theatre, and then these sessions alternate with keynotes, so you're going to be kind of going backwards and forwards throughout the day. Just a quick heads up, Andrew Jones, the Roads Minister, who is due to deliver the next keynote, has been axed. Oh no, he's not been axed. He's had to remain at Westminster because of the autumn statement. He did record a video address last night. By the time he actually goes out, it might be obsolete, who knows. But there must be a reason why he can't be here today, so we're going to go with his video anyway. And that is going to be outside before a short presentation from Paul Sullivan, O'Sullivan, the roads director at DFT. So that will start at 10:50. But first of all, we've got a really good session. We've got 3 speakers who are going to each deliver 12 minutes. I'm going to ask them a quick question each, and then we've got microphones on the floor, and we really do want to hear from you. This is very much about your conference, not just what happens on the main stages. Let me introduce first Jim O'Sullivan, the Chief Executive of Highways England. He was appointed in July this year. He's a chartered engineer. He spent his career within transportation, asset management and utility organisations. He was previously managing director of Heathrow Airport Holdings, formerly BAA, and at Edinburgh Airport. So Jim O'Sullivan first. Ladies and gentlemen, please introduce Jim.
It's good to be here, and I hope nothing that I say is overturned by the Chancellor's autumn statement. I think the first thing I would say, and the most important point, is that one of the perceptions we're now creating is that it is actually a strategic road network. We link all of the nodes in the UK, and regional growth is promoted by national connectivity. So that is a key point. This map on the left, our version of the tube map, is actually very much how we see this road network. It's living, there will be roads that join it and come into it as economic circumstances change, and indeed there will be roads that local councils consider to be, or transport authorities consider to be more theirs than ours, and there will be roads that lead too. Highways England is a very different organisation to the Highways Agency. The setting up of the company was a huge landmark. 2 very simple things. We've had to notify the Council Company's House, and we are now subject to safety regulation by the Health and Safety Executive instead of Crown Essential. So these are fundamental changes that bring discipline to our organisation. Highways Agency had a very good reputation. It had a good reputation for road delivery, for road operation, and for safety. And these are things that we wanted to take forward to Highways England. However, when I arrived and looked at this going concern, leading control and road building, there were 3 areas I felt that we should change and move forward on. Worker safety was not top class, and worker safety was less than the average of most of the companies working for us. And what I mean by that is actually companies working for us, major construction companies, if their workers were working on other projects, they were safer than they were working at Highways England. So one of the first things we did was we told those companies to go away and bring experts into their other areas and look at their road operations. I did one interview in the press. The headline read, "New Chief Executive of Safety and Front of Customer Service." And I kind of looked at it and I thought, that's up there with a dog bites man. What Chief Executive doesn't put safety in front of customer service? It kind of gave me an insight into where we were and what our industry thought. The other one that struck me is that somebody could bring a poorly maintained truck onto our roads and it can catch fire. We have to close the road, resurface it usually. It takes about 10 or 12 hours, and that's acceptable. And yet to put a rolling roadblock in place and slow the traffic down to 30 or 40 miles an hour so that people 2 miles on the road can safely go out and progress wasn't. So I really couldn't understand how those sorts of decisions were being made. And we've got a major focus now on safety. In terms of customer service, we've kind of drawn a division in moving from public service to customer service. And actually they're both very close. But in my mind, public service is that you turn up and you explain your problem, and the public service decides what you need and they deliver it. So hospitals and schools, I think, work that way. You walk in, they decide what the needs are, and they provide you with service. Customer service is about understanding what your customer wants, as well as what your customer needs. And that's been quite a transition for us. You will have noticed some of the things that we are changing. Customer feedback told us that it's incredibly annoying to be stuck for 20 minutes in our roadworks and look up and see a sign that says something like, take care while it's home, or stay alert. So we've stopped putting all those sorts of signs out in the network. Another relatively simple change that we've made is when you pass somewhere on the M25 or the M40 in the NEC, and we say event, the 10th to 12th of November, and you wonder what that event is, and you wonder, so how do I alter my behaviour to put the traffic right that day?
companies give great stability to our industry. They allow our supply chain to invest in apprentices and in long-term kit. We're seeing major gains in productivity. As a result of that, we bought one machine in the East Midlands and it cuts the grass and cuts the hedgerow at the same time. It's safer to operate and it does the work in one night that 2 men will take a week to do. So these are the sorts of step changes we're seeing in productivity because we have a long-term program that allows us to invest. We're already starting to talk about the 2020 to 2025 program.
That is already 70% full with new road programs. Some of the current
expressed interest on in my first few months in this role. First was Stack. Stack in Kent was implemented. Park lorries on the motorway, close the motorway and divert the traffic onto the local roads should there be disruption at the channel ports. And back in July we had disruption at the channel ports and we had disruption on the Eurotunnel as well. Massive disruption. Stack was operated more times in July than it had been in the previous 10 years. I think it's possibly acceptable for a day or 2 days a year to disrupt North Kent in that manner, but to do it 20 times in 1 month is just not acceptable. The thing about Stack, which underlines the value of a strategic roads network, is Stack is a problem for the whole country.
Engage with our customers, road users all. I'll share one statistic, is that on our motorway network, one in 12 of the cruisers that break down have run out of fuel. And 1 in 10 that stop on the hard shoulder will be involved in an incident. So it is virgin irresponsible to come onto the strategic road network with low fuel. It is virgin irresponsible to have the yellow light come on. And it is certainly dangerous to break down because of no fuel. So this is one area where we are looking for our customers to behave more responsibly. Assets, we see ourselves as the owner and operator. We don't see ourselves as the integrator or providing people on a workforce. That is for our supply chain to do. I've spoken about our spending review and setting the signs. I think is important. I've talked about how we're changing the messaging, but also working on the next generation of smart motorways. We know that it takes 5 to 10 minutes for these motorway signs to turn off after the congestion clears. We'd like it to be quicker. That involves even more sophisticated algorithms and even better control systems, but we're working on that. And customer service, I've spoken about. These are our outcomes. Safety serviceable network. Our number one imperative is that we're safe, supporting economic growth. A free-flowing network. Kirsty made reference earlier to the traffic coming in. Kirsty, this is not one of our roads, I'm afraid to say. It's our responsibility of the metropolitan authorities. We are spending an awful lot of money on the environment. I think that's important. We're going to address over 1,000 noise-sensitive sites. We are heavily into understanding what the nitrous oxide problems that just emerged as a result of Volkswagen scanning review. And lastly, we have dedicated funds for cycle lanes, for communities, for what we call vulnerable users, for building things like riderways and cycle tracks. So we are trying to build these roads in a much more holistic manner. Thank you.
Before we go on to our next speaker, in terms of actually expanding the road network exponentially and improving it, in terms of innovation about how you're going to do, you're talking about apprenticeships and so forth, how are you going to deliver innovation in the way that these roads are actually run?
Okay, I think there are a number of answers to that. I've always spoken about the use of new technology in terms of how we build the roads and how we get major efficiencies. If I talk about the smart motorways, actually planning tools have allowed us to halve the length of road that we need to take in order to build these things and to shorten the duration. So I think that's important. So you see fewer, shorter roadworks as a result of some of the work we're doing.
Companies to contribute to this, you can actually deliver particular innovations perhaps from Europe around the world and have different solutions.
Absolutely. We work with supply chain, we are regular magpies when it comes to the number of items.
Right, absolutely. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. I hope you can all hear properly. We sound like we're about to take off on a jumbo jet to each other over here, so I'm hoping we'll get some improvement on that. But now I'd like to introduce Peter Antolik, the Roads Director, Office of Rail and Road, as Director to lead the regulator's monitoring function for England's strategic road network. He was previously Executive Director of the Infrastructure Investments Group at JP Morgan Asset Management. Prior to joining JP Morgan, he was a Strategy and Regulation Director at Thames Water, having also held senior positions at Macquarie Bank, Barclays and Anderson Consulting. Peter.
Thank you very much. Good morning everyone. As Kirsty said, I hope you can hear us. It is really quite noisy up this end, so if you can't, I'll see if you're nodding off. So we have a new role in the ORR. We have the role of the Highways Monitor, and this presentation will give you some indication, some overview of what it is, what do we do, where do we focus, and how do we work with Jim and Anthony in ensuring the successful future of the highway sector in the UK. So, as Kirsty said, my background, I'm not a regulator or monitor, that isn't my background. I've spent most of my career in the private sector, in infrastructure funds and Thames Water. So what I do have is a really good understanding of what it takes to deliver big infrastructure. And I thought this would be a really interesting role to come in and help the success of the sector going forward. So I put that picture up because that's us out and about at junction 19 of the M1, which is a fantastic project, which is I think opening next year or being finalised next year, I think. We went up there a few months ago to actually understand what it takes to deliver one of these major schemes. One of the themes that I keep coming back to is, there's a horrible expression of the ivory tower regulator. I don't want to be that, and I don't want my team to be that. So we try and get out and about, and we try and understand what it's really like for people such as yourselves and your organisations who actually have to deliver the changes that are planned. Right. However, roads reform is a new role for the ORR. So the ORR, as you almost certainly know, used to be called the Office of the Rail Regulator. Is now the Office of Rail and Road. We spot the money-saving austerity times change there. We went from being the ORR to the ORR. That was a deliberate decision. I'm still fighting the battle internally to explain to my 300 and some colleagues that we do this roads thing, and that it's a really important part of what we do. Strategically, for the ORR, this was a very important change. Strategically, this meant that we could apply some of our expertise from what we do on the rail sector. We can talk about that later if you like, but we do have a lot of expertise in how the railways are run, how the investment program is planned out and delivered. And a lot of that I use every day between me and my team in delivering the role that we have. So the ORR is the rail regulator for Great Britain. We are the Health and Safety Authority. We are the actually can prevent trains and track use. The role we have, that takes about half of our office actually. So that's a piece that you always need to bear in mind when you look at the size of our organisation. We have a big team working on railway performance and economics. they're the ones I really draw on very heavily when looking at some of the approaches we'll take in monitoring highways. So my team's going to be very small. It's going to be about 15, and we are virtually there. I've been recruiting since March when I joined. So in terms of a sense of scale, we're not kind of creating this big, kind of economic powerhouse in the centre of London. We are a very, very, very small, dedicated team of people that look at the highways. So if you compare the rail and road roles that we have, I've touched on some of these already. So on the rail side, there's a lot more to us than just the economic regulation bit, the 5-year price control. I've talked about health and safety. We're a statistics authority, we're a consumer and competition authority, we do track access and open access applications. So there's a whole load of things we do on the rail side, some of which aren't applicable to what we do on the roads. But you can see in if I boil down everything that we do every day, it's about monitoring highways England's performance and efficiency. Okay? Alongside that, we're developing some expertise, so we'll be providing advice on future road investment strategies, and that process is already starting. Paul O'Sullivan, who I think Kirsten mentioned earlier, will be out there later, is already leading on this for the Department of Transport, and all of our organisations are part of that shaping the future. I like Jim's tune map picture so much that I borrowed it as well. In the context of road reform, we're very clear, and as I keep reminding my colleagues in the office, although it's only 2% of the road network in the UK, the strategic road network takes a third of the traffic and 2/3 of the freight. It is a fundamentally important piece of economic infrastructure. So it justifies a huge amount of investment. That investment has to be both planned effectively and delivered efficiently. So that's the core reason that we were set up, is to provide an independent view on that. Now you may ask why do you need a monitor to do that? Have you got a department? Well, yes, you have. There are some things that an independent monitor can say more easily perhaps than the department can say. And I have to say, John Dowie, Steve Gooding, although the RC Foundation now, Paul O'Sullivan, have had quite a clear vision about this, to say that they need a body who is independent of themselves to give a public and transparent view on the performance of highways in England. So that's what we do. It is very early days. We need to be flexible in our approach. We're still developing our approach. And one of the things I would urge you to do is engage in action. So we have started, we're out and about, we're trying to understand the sector. I have a team of people, some of whom are highways engineers and some of whom aren't. And we are trying to get up to speed and really understand the sector so that we can play our role as effectively as possible. So it's an open invitation. Drop me a line, give us a call. If there's something that you think we can help you with and focus on, and talk to Highways England about, then do come and get in touch with us. Enforcement and sanctions is something you'll hear a little bit more about as I go. Not so big area of focus, but it is something we do have under the statute, the ability to enforce Highways England. So
kind of tell you a bit about what it's like to be a monitor, because I hadn't done it before. So I came in and what was I struck by? I was struck by a whole bunch of very positive things. So people in the ORR work tremendously hard to make the right decisions, or at least very balanced, thoughtful decisions when we're regulating the rail network and monitoring Highways England. So there's an awful lot of work done. We're very evidence-based. So one of the things that Jim and I talk about regularly is about data. What information can we get to either understand differences in approach, differences in outcomes from what was expected, or to support the view that Highways England is doing everything it can to deliver the outcomes expected of it. So we're very, very data-driven. We, particularly on the highways side, we need to be proportionate. We're not there to run Jim's business, absolutely not. That's not the role of a regulator. You don't actually get in place of the management team in Highways England. And we need to just focus on the things that really matter to road users. And areas that Jim's already mentioned that we're particularly interested in at the moment are road safety and the number of people killed or injured on the roads, user satisfaction, and I know Anthony will talk a bit more about what drives some of those views, and then the efficiency with which the programme is delivered. So those are kind of the three areas at the moment that we're really trying to bring to life. I need to be joined up between road and rail. I've touched on that already. We're independent and transparent. And these are two tenets of any regulator. So we are not, although we are appointed by the Department of Transport, we act independently. We have a separate board. We're a separate corporate entity. And we sit there and go, what is in the best interests of road users and taxpayers when we make our decisions? We're forward-looking. I'm going to touch on that in a slide or two's time. And we really try our best to give robust advice to government, even when perhaps sometimes that advice isn't as welcome as you might expect. And one of the things we're doing is, as I said, we're looking at the future as well, and we have started on that process of looking at RIS2. So one of the pieces of work that we're doing is, and we've just kicked this off, we had a panel of experts in our offices last week from a number of the trade associations and representative bodies, is we're trying to assess, when we get to the end of this 5-year period and start going into the next one, where when you see some of the projections, the pace of investment will actually at least plateau or get higher. Is the supply chain ready for this? What are the warning signs that we should be aware of now? What are the measurements that we can take during the next 3, 4, 5 years that will assess whether we're going to be in a situation of an industry that is struggling to deliver? And as you'll understand, working the ORR, we have some experience of that kind of struggle at the moment. So we kicked off a piece of work. Again, many of your organisations will be involved. We have some consultants appointed to help us on this, and we'll be reporting back on this in the first quarter of next year, where we give our view, our independent view, of how ready the supply chain is and what Highways England are doing to help the supply chain get there. Right. It's been a really busy year. My team are a small team. We are busy getting up to speed. This year has been all about setting the foundations and building our understanding. All our governance is in place now. We published our monitoring framework a couple of weeks ago. It's a riveting read, I can assure you. We have an enforcement policy that was approved at the board yesterday. That will be published next week. We defined our roles and responsibilities, although I think a bit more work needs to be done on that. We're working on a baseline with Highways England. A lot of things, a lot of the real foundations are now in place. Our focus now is on building the understanding of me and my team of the sector, and that's what we're moving into, and we're piloting a few things. So one thing you'll see next week is our first 6-monthly report. Now that is intended to be the first publication to talk about how Highways England has done in the first 6 months. And I would urge you to read that one. That one's, it's intended to be an accessible read, to stick to the kind of the high-level issues that we've identified. And by the way, it'll be broadly positive about what Highways England have done in these 6 months, because we recognise the challenge that they've been going through. And then next year we'll be getting into more of the business as usual, working the issues through. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of things to pick up on there. You were very clear to say that the independent monitor can say things that the department can't. Like what?
Well, how do I put this in a way that doesn't come back to haunt me? So there is a triangular dynamic in this sector as there is in the rail sector, where you have the department and the ministers and the government who are very keen to move forward with projects, and the department who both serve the ministers as they should, and perhaps are therefore not necessarily always bringing it back to exactly how efficient are some of the projects being proposed. Has a ruler really been run over those?
Yes.
And that's why they look to an independent body to help them.
But do you have the capacity, given the amount of work that's going to have to be done on the road network, and you say you're a small team of 15 and you don't want to be big and you want to be out seeing the M1 and so forth, when there's so much work to be done, how are you going to ensure that it's not just a kind of skating over the surface?
Yeah. So we've been very clear from the outset that we will focus on the outcomes that Jim presented earlier. They are a central tenet of the road investment strategy and the KPIs that go with those. That's where we'll focus a lot of our attention, and we'll only get into more detail where we feel there might be an issue or where we feel it will help us understand performance on those KPIs. On the investment programme, 112 schemes, we will look at those kind of in the round. So we'll look at the different programmes that go to make those up. So smart motorways will be one.
Yep.
We won't be picking on individual schemes and kind of delving into the reasons why a particular scheme is behind, unless we think it might be symptomatic of a wider issue. So we'll try and be very targeted and do it on a kind of a risk-based approach.
Right, well, that's a very good point to come on to Anthony Smith, who's the Chief Executive of Transport Focus. He qualified as a solicitor and worked for 5 years as a principal consumer lawyer for the Consumers Association, publishers of which. Prior to joining Transport Focus, Anthony was Deputy and Acting Director of the Regulator of Premium Rate Telephone Services. Anthony, then, see how these two are going to work together and what your input is going to be.
Right, thank you very much indeed, Kirsty. Can I just check, can you hear me at the back? Could somebody just wave? Brilliant, oh that's great, oh hello. There is somebody out there. It's quite challenging up the front here. There's a kind of plane taking off, as Kirsty said. Also, I've never given a presentation inside a bouncy castle before. This is quite a first. I would have brought the kids if I'd known this. It's going to be interesting. You're probably thinking, who on earth is this bloke and why is he here talking about highways and talking about road users? It's a very exciting new world we're going into with roads, I think, as Jim and Peter have outlined, and we are part of the architecture of that changing. Transport Focus is the independent consumer watchdog for all of the users of the strategic road network in England, and I mean all. The government's been very clear about this. It's the motorised users and some of the people that actually walk and ride horses and all sorts of other things on and around the strategic road network, so we've got to represent everybody. We also represent rail users in Great Britain and bus, coach and tram passengers in England outside of London. We're the independent watchdog. We're sponsored by the Department for Transport. We're very much at arm's length. They let us get on with it. And we try and bring a professionalised, consumer-based approach to what we do. We are a consumer organisation. We're not pro-rail, we're not pro-bus, we're not pro-cars. Our job is to stick up for the users of these forms of transport. Secondly, we are an evidence-based organisation. I could bore you with my journeys on the A3 and all sorts of other places, but it wouldn't really give Jim and others much information about driving their decisions on the strategic road network. We have to bring proper, decent, responsible evidence to the table to help drive decision making. I think in the past, it's fair to say road users to a degree have been done to, rather than being asked what they think. I think some of the communities around roads have been, reasonably well involved in some decisions. I don't think users have been sufficiently well represented. That is not the fault particularly of any party. It's just a fact about the spending and some of the decisions that had to be made. Our job is to bring a new voice to the table. And thirdly, we aim to be useful. If we're not useful, there's absolutely no point in us getting involved in this work. We want to help people make better decisions on behalf of users based on evidence. So that's how we're going to approach this. You may have seen some of our work before, the National Rail Passenger Survey, Bus Passenger Survey. That's the approach we've brought to public transport. Road users obviously is very, very different. It's very easy to give a questionnaire to somebody going on a train. It's slightly harder if they're going up the M1 at 67 miles an hour. And so we've got to develop a new approach, and we're conscious the road network is very different to the other areas we work in. Open access, no payment at point of use. The behaviour of others has a very disproportionate effect on your experience, and people turn up in all sorts of vehicles, as Jim said. So it is very different. So we're not rushing at this, we're going quite slowly. We're trying to build something that's going to be useful together with our colleagues, and please today do come to our stand. We've got a stand here. Come and grill my colleagues about what we're doing and what we're not doing, and we'd like to see you all there. We've dipped our toe into the research on the strategic road network and users. And the first bit of work we did, which we've got copies of at the stand, is just asking people very generally about their experiences about the strategic road network to try and get an understanding of what does it feel like? What would these people like to be asked about in terms of their experiences as we develop a new road user satisfaction questionnaire? And what struck us immediately is the absolutely enormous diversity of people who you are dealing with on the strategic road network. Yes, you've got trucks, yes, you've got in terms of what they're doing. And we've developed this typology of users ranging from the invincible, cavalier, reluctant, nostalgic, seeing how people sense their experience on the strategic road network. Be very interesting. How many of you here feel you are invincible in your use of the strategic road network? And you know, be proud of it. Come on, put your hand up. Who's invincible? Oh, come on, be honest. Oh dear, that's very disappointing. Who's cavalier? Oh, are you invincible or cavalier, Kirsty? You're cavalier, right. Who's nostalgic? Who harks back to the 50s and the A25? Ah, we've got a nostalgic cameraman. And who's reluctant? Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, you're a shy bunch, aren't you? But I think this underlines just how this is a task that has to be approached very carefully by us and by Highways England, because when you're putting out information, when you're putting out cones, when you're putting out roadworks, you are dealing with people with enormously different ranges of experience and enormously different ranges of how they feel in control. And if people feel in control, by and large in life, they are happy. If they're feeling out of control, by and large, they are not happy. And I think Jim's job is to try and get as many people as possible feeling in control of what they're doing. Also, what we've done is key bit of work we always do in various sectors we work in is looking at priorities for improvement. Now, this chart is not a satisfaction survey. This is asking the current users of the strategic road network, what do you think is the key priority for improving? If the government had some spare money, God forbid, where would they spend it? And it's very interesting, this chart. It's surprised a lot of people. The key priority for improvement, and the relative sizes of these triangles indicates how important they are, was the improved quality of road surfaces. And I think a lot of people thought, well, that can't be right. This is mad. You must be talking about potholes on local roads. We're not. We got these people absolutely focused on the strategic road network. They want the road surface improved. Now, I think we need to do some more work with Highways England about this to understand whether it's the joins where patches have been made, whether it's the M6 elevated section, or what is it that's giving this sort of feeling. Whether it's when you go onto a bit of concrete, off a bit of tarmac and the noise increases, we need to understand this more. I think luckily for the government, a lot of its money is going to be spent in this area in improving road surfaces and improving the design of roads. But I think it's very important to remember in terms of developing the next 5-year spending plan what users are saying. Did the same bit of work for HGV drivers. Same priority came out number top, improve the quality of road surfaces. Interestingly, the second biggest priority was about better management of unplanned delays. And then we've spent quite a bit of time talking to the freight sector, understanding their needs. And an impressive industry, actually, I think, the freight sector, and so focused on just dealing with the network as they find it. If they're told about what's happening, if they know about the diversions, if they know what's going on, they will deal with it. The logistics industry is pretty impressive at that. So it's not surprising perhaps that came out second. In terms of current experience of users, and is this going to change? Oops, good grief. We did that priorities work around the country. Now, it's a bit busy, this map, but the main difference, and these are the Highways England areas we were looking at, the main difference was the M25. The M25 is viewed by users as a beast. It kind of has a mythical status. It's different to other roads. People avoid it. People don't like going on it. People have a different experience. And I think the journey time, the fact that journey times came up the priorities for improvement for the M25 area perhaps is no surprise. It is an animal of quite different quality. Although recently, having been around Birmingham, having been around Manchester on their boxes, their versions of the M25, that looks pretty crowded as well. But interestingly, very little variation across the country in terms of those priorities for improvement. In terms of current satisfaction, it's interesting to look at what people are saying about their current experience of the strategic road network. This is derived from the existing Highways England National Road User Satisfaction Survey. You have to remember that. And you can see that the key driver of satisfaction with the current experience is by and large journey time. The key thing that's dissatisfying people is unplanned delays. Now, those are flip sides of the same thing in a sense. And I think it's interesting to bear that in mind, is that the focus on maintaining journey times is important. Although I think, as you can see, that for most people, the experience broadly most days is as they expect. What they don't want is the unexpected disruption, the delay when they don't know whether it's going to be 30 minutes or 3 hours when they're going to get out of it. Our key task in all this is to develop a new road user satisfaction survey, and we need to get a new name for this as well. And if anybody would like to come to our stand with a snappy new title for the new survey, I'll buy them a cup of coffee. We have to develop a new survey by 2017, which will become one of the regulatory measures for Highways England. We're going to carry out the existing survey till then, and we're developing an online survey. We're trying to get people to fill it in as quickly as possible after the experience, because the longer you leave asking people about the experience, satisfaction drops very quickly. Ideally, you want to ask them, the minute after they've finished. We're going to build a panel, hopefully of about 20,000 people, all representative, all sorts of users, including truck drivers, and it will allow comparative benchmarking, additional questions. It'll all be online. It'll be a big, powerful sample, I think, and we can follow up some of those users afterwards. So, key task for us, never been done anywhere in the world before. We must be absolutely mad to have taken this on, but we have. And I think it's going to become a very powerful driver of information in the sector. What next? We're publishing soon our report on HGV drivers' priorities for improvement. Again, I think a slightly unheard voice in this sector about what the drivers of HGVs actually think. We're going to be looking at roadside facilities and, most importantly, information. Road users' needs and experiences during disruption, planned and unplanned, and helping Jim and colleagues with that. And finally, just working towards the second road investment strategy and trying to get the user's voice into that. We will say something at some stage about safety. I'm not going to dive into that because we don't know enough about it yet, and it's a complex area, but clearly it's going to be important. But that's what we're trying to bring to this party. I think this is very exciting, this new era for the Strategic Road Network, and we're very keen to play our part. Thank you very much.
So, just in terms of the relationships between the three of you, in one way they should be close, but in another way they should be incredibly discreet, because you each have completely different imperatives. And so therefore, how, in a way, as Transport Focus, do you make sure that you keep both Highways England and also the Monitor on their toes?
I think it's by publishing evidence and insight and research which people can see as credible and which reflects the experience on the ground. Our job is to hold up the mirror and say, this is what the users are saying. It's not we don't take the decisions, we're not the engineers. Our job is to hold up the mirror and say, this is what users think, this is what they're saying, what are you going to do about it? And then poke them and say, what are you going to do?
Everybody here, essentially, are the people that create the roads, or they're the engineers, or the architects, there's, they're the people. How do you help them as well?
I think, as I said, our aim is to be useful and from the research. Without that, it's a series of anecdotes. And what we aim to create is a body of research which everybody can use, everybody can feed off. And you may disagree about the solutions, but at least everybody can look at the user research and say, yep, that looks right, we ought to do something about that.
Well, actually, take roadside facilities, for example, on motorways and A roads, for example. I mean, if there's a radical change in that, I mean, you would see consumers as wanting something completely different in the next 5-10 years than they get just now. And obviously the quality is so hugely variable. So is that quite a big focus for you? Because as people undertake longer journeys, they want rest places, they want all sorts of different things that they don't get just now. And they want safety in these places.
Yes. It's interesting because it's an area which we picked up in doing the work with HGV drivers in particular. You know, a lot of the places where HGV drivers park up do not look or feel particularly nice or particularly safe in some cases. And given that the lorries are moving virtually everything that we have in this country, I think it's very important to focus on that. And that freight sector also has got a recruitment problem. They have trouble recruiting people.
Yeah.
And when you see some of the places where people have to park up, it's not surprising. Now, there is then a counter voice saying, well, what will people pay for? And that's an interesting issue because £5 puts a lot of people off. So you've got to balance those things.
Sorry, do we need these? They've all got mics on though. Obviously, it's not working. Let's talk about this whole idea of a pay model.
The whole idea of a pay model, that's a big question.
Well, I mean, you're talking about those kind of facilities, and so actually, if you potentially that's going to be the case. When we are living in the 21st century, we can't necessarily assume all these things can be free.
No, I think if you're talking about roads, excuse me, if you're talking about roadside facilities, I think that's a question of Anthony informing us what people actually want, and we're seeing a shift in that.
Okay, guys, we're going to. Are these lapel mics working at all from the stage? No, they're not. Okay. Project. Project, or else I'm going to stick a very big needle in this tent. What people want, yes, in terms of roadside facilities, paying for them and so forth. This is something that you have to deal with as well.
That's not really part of our
Equivalent of it, a turning right.
Okay, we're going to have one last go.
Yeah. Okay, so roadside facilities directly isn't part of our remit, but it would come back through some of the areas
Research.
we look at, such as user satisfaction.
Yep.
So we'll be monitoring Highways England's performance against the surveys that Anthony has talked about, and in particular the new one that's being developed.
Yep. Okay, we're going to make an attempt now in the next 15 minutes to involve you, the audience, in this conversation. So what we're going to do is put microphones out. We'll keep one microphone, and let's hope we've got another microphone which can go around. We've actually got 2 more microphones. So we'd like questions, please, from the audience, because this is the first time these 3 have been together since the formation of it. And so there's quite a lot of things to unpick here about their relationships and what each is going to be involved in doing. So can I have the first question, please, and identify who you are? Yes, gentlemen, right in the middle. We're going to give you a microphone, but project anyway.
Thank you.
Who's the other guy? Fire away.
Hello, my name's Jeremy Damrell from Mace. My question was to Peter, actually. 2 of your slides referred to stakeholder engagement. And my question is what you saw your role as ORR was in relation to stakeholder engagement.
Okay, that's a good question. So our role is to get as much information, as much of an understanding of what's happening in the delivery of the road investment strategy as we can. And we do that in a number of ways. So obviously we get a lot of information from Highways England, we have a lot of discussions with them, but that's only ever one part of the picture. And so one of our when we're presenting it. So I can give you a good example. We sat down with the RAC. There's a KPI on the percentage of incidents that are cleared after 1 hour. That's something we focus on. Their point was, well, you can't lose sight of the fact that incidents that may take longer than 1 hour to clear, if they become ever longer, then the impact on the users on the network can become a problem, even if hard and fast terms, the target is being met. So that kind of gives us the richness. And the way we do that is we have held stakeholder engagement events. We come to places like this. I'm out talking to as many of the industry bodies as I can, directly to the supply chain. That piece of work that we did is very useful for that. We've actually got a benchmarking report that we've done, and again, that's allowed us to kind of get out and talk to people. So, it is really about trying to get an informed view and not just looking at and interpret it.
Jim, would you like to come in on that?
I think in one of the changes from Highways Agency to Highways England, we have become much more interested in what stakeholders say. I'm thinking of about 4 years' time when the next regulatory period will be paid for by VED, Vehicle Excise Duty, or car tax, as most of you will know it. We're pretty convinced that when that happens, road users will actually transform from being road users to being customers, and then they will become all the more vociferous in their comments, and I think we've got about 2 or 3 years now to get ahead of the game on this.
Great. There was a hand up over here. Can I just check where it was? Yes, can you just wait till the microphone comes to you? Keep your hand up, please, so that the helper can see where you are.
Thank you. Chris Jackson from Burgess Salmon. When the rail regulator evolved to take on economic and safety regulation, that was a recognition that economics and safety, public safety in this context rather than workforce safety, are 2 sides of the same coin.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Can you just shout? Sorry. I can relay it actually because I seem to be working.
When the
yeah.
Thank you. Great. When ORR took on safety regulation,
yeah,
that followed a debate that economics and public safety, rather than workforce safety, are 2 sides of the same coin. And if you're looking at integrated systems, particularly where you're looking at systems for smart work motorways and things like that, those parts, the economic and safety debates, are fundamentally connected. To what extent do you think safety is already part of the remit? So I noticed Peter talked about safety, and what extent do you think that public, or to the panel generally, that public safety part of the regulatory remit will evolve as this develops?
Do you want to repeat the question, because you heard it?
So the question is around I guess our role in the public safety issues around the network. So we do have a very different setup on the roadside from the rail side. We don't have a direct health and safety statutory obligation, but we do monitor very closely Highways England's performance against its safety measure, which is, as Jim said, number one on the list of KPIs. So our interest will be in understanding how Highways England views that question. I think, over the last 6 or 7 years, there has been a general downward trend in the number of people killed and injured on the roads until the last 2 years, and it did step back up last year by a meaningful amount. And I recognise that Jim and his team will have challenges in reducing that number further. We will be very keen, and my board is very keen, to make sure that we focus on that as an area of particular interest. So although we don't have the statutory role to be the prosecutor in issues of safety, we are certainly very close to the delivery of the investment and the changes required to improve safety.
Anthony, come in on that.
I think you can't have this debate without talking about safety, and everybody wants to see the safety figures going in the right direction, which is down. And it's interesting that the third biggest priority for improvement among car drivers is better behaved other drivers. It's always other people, of course, because you're a great driver. But you can't have this debate without looking at safety. And of course, safety and the consequences cause delays as well. Every time there's an accident, it causes delay, and that's a key driver of dissatisfaction. So that is very strongly in this mix, I think.
Don't be put off. Yes, one question here, one question there. Great. People are just going for it. So let's try keep it really close to your mouth and then just shout as well.
Hi, Steve Bagg from Sopra Steria. One question. You've mentioned improving information to road users and how that in of itself is a challenge, given that people are travelling at 60, 70 miles an hour, or possibly a bit more, on the motorways. I was just interested to know how you're going to get that improved information, real-time information to road users.
Jim.
Okay, well, the first step in that is getting accurate data, and we're starting to move into this field of using mobile phones and other devices that people are carrying to know where they are, what speed they're moving at. The second is to get them into the likes of apps, and we're making this data freely available so that people who develop apps can make use of it. Those of you that own iPads will know that the mapping system shows you the traffic, and that's our data. The third then will be to start to work on predictive modelling, so that we know what the traffic was like last Wednesday, the Wednesday before that, and the Wednesday before that, so that if you're planning a journey tomorrow at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, we can give you a fair guess as to how long that journey will take, and to start then feeding accident and delay information into that, so that
the difficulty with that is the very point you made earlier, that if you're driving, there's a limit to what you can actually access when you're driving without causing another accident.
And, this will end up being built into cars.
Yeah.
It will be built up into the same way as airline pilots have stuff in front of them that helps them land the plane safely. In the same way, we will be enhancing your ability to drive your car safely.
Yeah. Anthony.
I think it's a very good question. You've got to start this discussion about what users want, because I think for so long Highways England have been hobbled about what they can say to users. They are now the network operator, and they should be allowed to get on with it and experiment with different things and experiment with different signs, and not have to get the DFT's permission to try different things. But you've got to start with what users want, otherwise there's a danger you invent something, you say, here's a fantastic app. And everyone goes, well, that's not what we want.
Yeah, well, and that's the point, that you guys can have a look at this. It doesn't have to go all the way to the department.
Yes, and that, the question earlier about, what things can we say that perhaps the department finds more difficult. I was struck earlier this year, Highways England published their biodiversity action plan, which was one of their KPIs, by the way, and they published it on time. And when I went to find it on the government website, it was, and this is no word of a lie, it was listed between, I think, Moldovan interpreter lists and something else completely irrelevant to the road sector. And I thought that in a nutshell shows one of the challenges Highways England have had, which is being a little bit hamstrung by the government processes.
Did you get that sorted?
not my job to sort it, but it is something we've spoken to Jim about, which is the transparency piece, and that is another side of the open data piece. By the way, I don't think Highways England necessarily are the best place or the only place to develop the apps and use the data, and that's why Jim's talking about open data, because frankly, the people that will understand customer needs best and user needs best probably won't be Highways England. They'll have a great view on this. But I think the idea of getting the data out there for others to use, others to interpret and use on behalf of customers is really where this agenda should go.
Yes, so there's a microphone request from behind with the gentleman there, please, and then we need the microphone over here. Yes.
Good morning, my name's Dave Hill from Syslag and Joint Venture, and that gentleman stole part of my question, so thank you very much. But one of the things I felt that's been covered is there's a strong correlation between good customer service and getting good value for the road user and getting information out. You've touched on that, but the VMSs, the variable message signs, you've got a captive audience and you've got the technology there, and I rather suspect you've underutilised what is fantastic.
Video messaging on the road, sorry.
Yeah, the digital message signs. And I wondered, you've mentioned that you've used them a little bit more, Jim, in describing what type of event, but is there a plan to use them more readily going forward to communicate to the road user directly?
Yeah, we've been working on a couple of areas here. What people actually want is more accurate information. So there is a technical difference when we put it on a sign between long delay and severe delay. If anybody knows that difference, then I'll explain it later. It's unhelpful. We have been a little risk averse in terms of what we put on those messages, in terms of, well, why don't we put 30 minutes or 2 miles? Because it might be wrong, and in 15 minutes it might be wrong. So I think we've got some work to do in terms of that. We do use customer panels. So we had about 20 what we thought were good ideas of things that we might put up there. And when we tested them, our customer panel decided that only 5 of them actually were good ideas. One that comes to mind is air ambulance on scene. That if you're stuck in a long delay and you know the air ambulance has turned up, there are a couple of things. One, you can feel some empathy for the poor people that are involved in whatever's happened. But the second is you know you're going to be there for quite some time. So funny enough, that is something that customers have said they would find very popular. But we're also trying to move to a more geographic. Not a lot of people know that a delay on the A423 beyond the A13 actually means. But if we can say there's a delay on the A423 near Esher, and I'm sure that road goes nowhere near there, but if we can say those sorts of things, people stand a chance of being able to work with the information we're giving them.
This is a complete layperson's question, but would Highways England ever think of having a radio frequency for information? Because that's the easiest thing if you're in the car. And if you're a real geek, you'll be listening to what else is happening in the rest of the country.
Well, I think possibly. I'm sure it's something that Highways Agency looked at one point or another. We see it at the moment as being much more important to pass out the information to the local radio stations, and then if you want to set your radio to picking up the traffic announcements, you'll get them.
Right, we've got, luckily, 2 questioners literally side by side. Your question first, you've got the mic, and then could you hand it over to this gentleman here?
Richard Steinberger, Highways England. Question primarily, I think, for Peter. The speakers mentioned that 2% of the road network in England belongs to Highways England, so according to my calculation, 98% are local roads. Who monitors local road performance in England?
I'm going to have to get you to repeat that question.
So the question, which is very well made...
I'm getting these guys to work a bit harder. Not only are they answering, they're doing the questions as well.
If I could just ask you a different question. So the question was, who monitors the 98% of the roads that aren't managed and operated by Highways England? And the very clear answer is, well, not us. That's not part of our remit. We are, however, very conscious of the fact that in 99.99% of cases, people don't start or end their journey on the strategic road network. They start it on a local road network, and if there is a disparity between their experience on one on the local network as opposed to the SRN, then that isn't actually delivering for what end users of the network want. So we're conscious of that. We're looking for the signals, and Highways England, I think, have done some good work on this. I know they're working with, for example, with Transport for Greater Manchester to look at the impact of what they do on the wider network that people actually use, and so we would encourage that to continue. And then we've also done some work with them looking at things like what their diversion routes are, which again is an issue when there are either planned or unplanned delays, as to what is the impact that diverting traffic off of the strategic road network has in the local authority areas. So while we don't monitor that, it is certainly an area of interest. And again, it's something, coming back to a point earlier, that was raised to us in one of our stakeholder events, that we should not be blind to that issue.
Okay, Anthony.
Well, they're managed by local authorities and monitored through their, through what they do.
That's a very good question. Parliament has asked us to focus on the strategic road network, but in the course of gathering data about the strategic road network, we will get lots of information about local roads as well. Yeah. And at some stage in the future, we will do something with that to be announced.
Just before we just go to, could you hand it back, please? No, hand it back. Hand it back. You seem really, really dissatisfied. Could you just very quickly, just so it's on the record, explain very quickly?
Well, you're just talking about Network Rail, for example, and you cover every railway and every route and every station, and you're only covering 2%. And presumably you know a bit about what's going on the local roads, and there's no indication that anyone in the country is monitoring road performance on the local road network. Yeah, drivers don't stick to local areas, so there should be some kind of, you can't just leave it to local authorities. I wonder what you think of that, Jim.
Well, I think we have to look at the strategic road network through a particular lens. The government has taken a perspective which says that there are a small proportion of roads which are hugely important to our infrastructure. I made the point when I was speaking that regional growth is driven by national connectivity. So in the same way that one looks at the long-distance rail network and in a different way to local trains, one looks at long-distance journeys in a different way to local journeys. The second thing is that having seen it as an instrument of growth, that these are important node-to-node connections, it's a completely different lens to the street that you live in. Having looked at it through that lens and decided to invest the amount of money that we're going to invest in increasing this connectivity and thereby getting the economic growth, it's right and proper that sort of investment, £2 to £3 billion a year, gets the sort of scrutiny that these guys are talking about. And at the end of the day, it's your money we're spending.
Yeah. Okay, questioner here.
Anthony Oliver from Infrastructure Intelligence. Does the panel think that a move to a road user charging system in the UK would be helpful in focusing minds on a customer, or focusing on a customer-focused highway network? And I suppose, if so, will it ever happen?
You mean individual lanes on motorways rather than actually whole motorways?
Whatever. It's some kind of tolled, some kind of road user charging to pay per kilometre used.
It's a very good question. I think it's interesting looking at the M6 toll, which we don't cover, and also but the Dartford free flow, and seeing what different sort of reaction that creates among consumers, where they're creating payment at point of use. Clearly it's not on the political agenda at the moment, but I think in the longer term everyone kind of accepts that there's going to have to be some form of road user charging if you're going to manage the capacity. Yeah. Where and when is just a political issue.
So should it be on the political agenda?
I'm a consumer. I represent consumers. I don't think any individual consumer might well vote for it until things get so bad that it's a way of getting out of the mess.
So when I was being interviewed for this job, they said, well, what would it be like to be a regulator, do you think? And I said, I think there'll be some questions which I have to steer clear of because they're policy issues. So that's the official answer from me. Unofficially, someone said to me before I started, clearly an answer to some of the issues is going to be some form of road user charging. As Anthony said, it's clear to everyone that needs to be on the agenda. Is it on the agenda? I've also been told that the first thing chancellors are told by Department for Transport, sorry, don't quote me on that, is we should have another look at road user charging. And they look at it for about a week and go, that might be a bit difficult, Minister, and out it comes. I can't believe it won't happen at some point in the future. As far as I'm aware, there's no active policy debate on that at the moment.
Just before we finish, when you were talking earlier, I think you mentioned the possibility that what you will have is you will be able to have sanctions against Highways England for failure to deliver. explain to me about what sanctions would actually be and how they would affect people that are delivering for Highways England in the room if there are sanctions.
I hope that's not going to be the last question, because I'll be finishing on a note I don't really want to. So we've written an enforcement policy. It's about to be published. What it focuses on is a number of stages by which we will initially raise and then escalate concerns with Highways England, many of which are very, very obvious things that you'll have in mind. So we'll write to Jim, we'll get their board in to talk to our board. We'll then look at whether or not we need to formally ask for more information, formally ask for a particular action plan to be developed, and then as a very last resort, whether or not any form of penalty needs to be applied. That's a whole other political issue, but which I won't go to. But clearly penalties are very much a last resort in our perspective. No one wants to go there, but clearly the whole purpose of having an independent body monitoring performance is that you have you can apply some incentives to bring the company back to what we would consider to be the right level of performance. But just to be clear, we shouldn't finish on that note, because I think that would be a shame.
We're not going to, but what I am going to ask each of you is personal achievement in terms of the roads next year, what you want to do, and I'll come first of all, Jim. Personal achievement, what you feel you have to achieve by this time next year.
Well, I think it comes in a particular order. The first is that we've done something about the safety, and that the safety of workers is improving, and we have a plan for improving the safety of road users. So that would be the first. The second is that the public starts to get it, that the strategic road network is important, and that they start to feel that we're providing them with the sort of service, or at least that we're on their side, even if we can't provide the absolute standards of service that we'd aspire to. And the third is that we keep churning out these new road schemes to schedule and to budget.
Anthony.
Firstly, of course, it's got to be safety. The safety figures have got to be heading in the right direction. Secondly, we've developed a new road user satisfaction survey that everyone agrees is useful and powerful. And thirdly, the government sticks to its spending plans and sticks to the plan. It's so crucial.
Okay, so I'll reiterate, safety is absolutely the number one priority always. In terms of kind of our contribution, I would like us to be seen as being an informed commentator and reflecting the performance of Highways England in a way that you will not have seen from being within the department. And I very much hope that when I'm sitting here in a year's time that I'm commenting on a first year of performance which is generally viewed as a success, and that with Anthony's work, that the consumers, the road users actually support that view.
As far as your work's concerned, will you be putting out regular updates, because it's all about the data you were saying, regular updates on your website about what you've done, what you've achieved, what you're doing next?
Yes, so as I said, the first 6 monthly report comes out next week. Do have a read. Then we will do an annual report, which will be a bigger volume, or a more detailed volume, and that's supported by a range of data that we're collecting from Highways England, which we're going to publish because we'll have a view on it. But the great thing will be that everyone in this room and lots of other stakeholders will also form a view on it, and by publishing it, we get that debate happening. So that transparency is a central tenet of what we do.
Well, could you please thank our panel for being so candid? And for battling against a Force 10 and an early morning disco at some exhibitor's station. We must thank Kier as the session sponsor. Jim Sullivan is now going to hot-foot it to Highways England board meeting. It's taking place within Excel, and he'll be back on the keynote stage at 12:40. Now, I'll tell you why I finished 5 minutes early, because we're going to try and sort out this sound problem while you guys are all out there at the main stage, because we have a panel session coming up, and we want to make sure that everybody in the panel will be able to contribute, and you'll be able to contribute as well. So what I'd like you to do is to coalesce around the main stage for the Road Minister's video address, Andrew Jones' video address, and also the Department of Transport's Road Director, Paul O'Sullivan, is also going to make his speech from the keynote stage. So please make your way over to be there in about 5 minutes or so. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for coming back in for this next session. Those of you who were in the first session will know we had some sound issues. The reason for those sound issues is absolutely nothing to do with the organisation of this conference. It's to do with the bizarre situation that the security staff from XL are on the same frequency. So we're trying to get that sorted out, given that they have conferences every other day of the week. We'll get that sorted out. But we've made other arrangements for this session, so thank you very much for coming in. This session is really about the new focus on roads. What about that focus that supports economic development, and what does that mean at the national, regional and local scale? We're going to have what really passes for a keynote address, first of all, and then each of our other panelists is going to make a short statement of 3 or 4 minutes, and then we want you to join in as well. So I'm going to begin with David Cornby. David Cornby is the head of RGRF's Major Roads for the Future study. He has had a long career in policy, planning, management, operations and research, and most recently in transport and logistics. 4 decades of board-level experience in government, public agencies, private sector and research bodies. He's currently leading a 2-year study for the Reeve Jeffreys Road Fund on the future of England's major road network. And in recent years, he's been chairman of the RAC Foundation, a member of the Mayor's London Roads Task Force, and a trustee of the National Maritime Museum. So you see, he's got it all covered. So, David Cornby.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. Well, how highway investment can support national, regional and local economies and rebalance growth across the nation, that's the question for this session, as Kirsty has explained. And it couldn't have come at a better time, nor could there be a better or more relevant theme for this first Highways UK conference. Why? Because central government has consistently prioritised infrastructure and the regeneration of the economy for over 5 years now, throughout the last coalition government and strongly reinforced in this Parliament. As long ago as 2013, government set out ambitious plans for transport spending overall, with a rising spend on strategic roads through to 2020, although all other lines, including local authority, major projects and maintenance, remain pretty static over the same period. The only other one that goes up fast is HS2. The 2015 RIS investment plan for Highways England is now 13 billion, getting on for a third higher than it was even in 2013, and it actually overtakes investment in Network Rail by 2020. But you know, even if you deliver all the transport outcomes, it doesn't automatically lead to economic growth. So the question is this: having willed the ends, has government willed the means to deliver all this, and in the right way to help regenerate our regional and local economies? Are effective institutions and delivery mechanisms in place? My judgment, so far as roads are concerned, they've made a good start, but it's certainly not all in place yet. On roads, as we know, government has reformed Highways England and the planning and funding regime to go with it. It's created the National Infrastructure Commission to review long-term infrastructure challenges and to ginger things up. And it's promised a hypothecated road fund using vehicle excise duty receipts to provide long-term funding stability for the strategic road network from 2020. On local economies, local enterprise partnerships now work with local authorities to integrate land use, economic regeneration and transport improvements. They are increasingly using current business needs and their growth agenda to lead their local transport plans and bidding through local growth funds to get the resources. And on decision making, specific devolution deals, starting with Greater Manchester and moving through the northern combined authorities with possibilities for other areas, promise to devolve funding and streamline the decision-making processes. So a lot's happening. Well, I've been around long enough to see plenty of announcements by government that aren't much more than PR. But this time, I think these changes will and are already making a difference on the ground. Yet big challenges remain. I hope Highways England will be able to deliver their ambitious plans without getting the indigestion that has convulsed Network Rail and led to much pausing of projects recently. The local enterprise partnerships had a rocky start with still something of a chaotic map. Even now, several local authorities, shown in this slide in light blue, have to work with 2 overlapping LEPs. Inevitably, their capabilities and degrees of integration with their partner local authorities vary. But the concept is sound, and let's hope that the LEP movement matures and grows in its effectiveness, leading the regional conversations, getting agreement on priorities, and securing those resources. The biggest challenge, however, takes me right to the heart of the study that my colleague Phil Carey and I are doing for the Rhys Jeffreys Road Fund. Which are the really important roads that drive the regional economies in areas such as the Northern Conurbations and in the high-tech arc running from Cambridge through Milton Keynes to the Thames Valley and the M4 corridor? Now, according to conventional wisdom, those are the motorways and trunk roads run by Highways England, the strategic road network. But is that all? Is the SRN enough to define all the roads that matter? Talk to those who want to grow their businesses and reach out to new markets, or tap new talent in a wider labour pool, or those who just want to keep going in the face of growing congestion, poorly maintained roads and unreliable journeys. They know it's not just the motorways and key dual carriageways that count, vital though they are. It's also the other busy A roads that link the centres, connect to the motorways and provide for those essential cross-country journeys. And the local authorities who are responsible for them know that only too well, as do the LEPs. So the first question was, in our study, how do you define the major road network, as we call it, that underpins the functioning and growth of our regional and sub-regional economies? It must, in our view, bring in the more strategic A roads on the local authority network. By identifying high traffic volumes, particularly with high percentages of heavy goods vehicles and vans, and ensuring connectivity for towns of 50,000 population and over, we have defined a major road network, MRN, that at 8,000 miles is about 80% more than the SRN alone. Now, to us, this MRN seems feasible and sensible. For example, it fills out the significant road network in the West Yorkshire conurbation, ringed here, where the strategic road network is really only the M62 and the M1 motorways. And in this one, you see how the MRN in red singles the important corridors which cut right across the SRN, such as the arc I've already mentioned, linking Cambridge through Milton Keynes and Oxford to the M4. There again links into East Anglia and links from the south coast across to Bristol. But there's no substitute for local knowledge to substantiate our thinking. We've met with 5 groups of LEPs and local authorities to validate our concept of the major road network being an integral of the SRN and the important local authority roads, and to explore its relevance to their planning for growth and their sustaining of their regional economies. It seems to work for them. Now, we're not going to suggest where specific road improvements would be needed to support growth, nor are we suggesting any changes in the responsibilities of Highways England or the local authorities. Our interest is in the process. How best should the planning of transport interventions be carried out, informed by an understanding of what both the current economy and future growth in housing and employment needs. First, it demands that the planning of the road network in a region needs to be done in a holistic way for the MRN as a whole, that is, the relevant sections of both the strategic road network and the important roads in the local authority network. Many of the most congested parts of the motorway network are caused by local traffic going only 2 or 3 junctions, particularly around the conurbations, M62, A34 approaching Oxford, parts of the M25. Easing today's pressure may involve overhauling parts of the local major road network. Equally, trunk road improvements or even new alignments can ease pressure on local major roads. The best solutions must not be constrained by the radically different planning and funding regime as between Highways England on the one hand and local authorities on the other. And we believe Highways England's new wave of route strategies should embrace the broad approach of looking holistically at the regional networks of which their own routes are a part. Now, it is a mark of the culture change already visible in Highways England, and great to see that these joint planning dialogues are already taking place. The M27 Southampton Junctions project is an early example of joint delivery of improvements to HE and the local authority roads, though all funded in this case by Highways England. And the Memorandum of Understanding between Highways England and Transport for Greater Manchester is probably a template for others. But we're suggesting something more fundamental. A consistent approach for the major road network means a similar planning and funding regime for the SRN and for local authority major roads. This would require a RIS-style 5-year planning process and funding commitment to govern agreed improvements on the local authority.
And just in case you're wondering, that's not an economy that's dependent upon London. It's not a city-region economy. It's an economy that's very much the new economy. It's driven by entrepreneurs, productivity, the new kind of technology, which is what government nationally is saying we need to be supporting. And it's a very successful one. 140,000 businesses, 10,000 houses a year being delivered. It's the kind of economy which gives you 40% greater return on your investment, 30% faster. And that's why it's an economy which delivers a net contribution to the exchequer every single year. So infrastructure is really, really important, not just for us, but it's because it's an infrastructure for serving the heartland of the UK and beyond. If you look at the imports and the exports through the ports, everywhere from Felixstowe round the south coast to Southampton, pretty much everything will come through the infrastructure in the heartland area. So we have challenges. We have problems. We have one of the busiest business aviation airports in the country as one of our international gateways, Luton Airport. So even though we have success, we still have a long way to go though, because compared with our global competitors as regions, we are still a long way behind. So when businesses are telling us, businesses located in our area, businesses who want to invest, that they want leadership on transport, that they want a transport system, not a series of networks, they want a system that helps them deliver the growth, we have got to listen. We've got to treat our investment just like any other part of a business. If we don't invest in it, if we don't continue to invest in it, it won't stay still, it will go backwards, it will decline. And the businesses that are driving the economic growth, they will go too. And it's not a competition between parts of the UK, it's a competition with the rest of the world. So we have to invest, we have to deliver that growth. If we get it right, the prize is huge. As an area, we have consistently given the country more growth per year than any other part of the country. If we can meet our potential, we can deliver another 20% per annum in terms of economic growth. What does that actually mean? It means over £10 billion a year growth. So when we're starting to have a conversation this afternoon about the consequences of the Northam statement and the spending review, think about how important it is to maintain investing and delivering growth in our area. because we need a framework that delivers to investors the confidence, the clarity, the certainty that actually allows them to make their judgments, which is why the Alliance is focusing on having a single strategic voice, being very clear about having priorities, and being very clear and focused about the importance of aligning all the multitude of funding streams, because we have a number of them to do, but frankly businesses aren't interested about how we do it, they just want us to do it. So the importance of the Alliance is about having strategic leadership rather than centralised direction. It's about having flexibility locally within a framework that's set nationally, and it's about strategic planning at scale that allows the local conditions for success to be created. Investment in partnerships such as the Strategic Alliance are important. We need to spend time nurturing them, we need to let them grow, and we need to let them deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, from a regional perspective to a city perspective, and Ben Plowden, who's Director of Strategy and Planning for Surface Transport for London. He's responsible for providing the overall strategic direction for surface transport in the capital, and he's the man that I blame for the soul journey into London for all those poor people coming from XL into the city. His extensive experience in the workings of both national and local government, from the outside as an environmental campaigner and the inside as a senior director at TfL. He's also a non-executive director for the transport system Catapult. Ben.
Kirsty, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here at the inaugural conference for Highways UK. I'm going to talk about the importance of roads in a city like London, but not just London, any town or city in the country. I'm going to set out 7 or 8 propositions and then leave you with some summary thoughts, which hopefully we can come back to in the Q&A. So the first proposition is that the road network in a city is absolutely fundamental to the social and economic vitality of that city. In London, 80% of all passenger journeys are on the road network, and more than 90% of all freight and servicing by volume also travels on the road network. So it's a critical part of how the economy functions, both in the city but beyond in the wider regional and indeed national economy. People often think that the task of planning for the road network is predominantly a technical task. Technical modelling, engineering, highway design, gradient specification. It's also, though, very importantly, what I would call a wicked political issue, because the question about how you manage the road network optimally is not subject to simple binary answers. There are competing views of the right outcome. There are multiple stakeholders with different views about what the road network should be for and who should come first. If I get a pedestrian crossing outside my children's primary school, you can't drive your van to your shop quite as quickly as you could the day before. So in order to plan for the road network properly, you have to have both the technical skills you need to think about it as a physical set of infrastructure, but also the political skill to think about how it looks and feels and is regarded by different interests in the community. Now, the road network is valuable to a city and indeed the national economy because it produces a flow of services to that economy. And those services can be divided into 2 broad categories. The first, and these are illustrated by this brilliant artwork, which you might think was my 11-year-old daughter, in fact it's all my own work, there are signed copies available afterwards, is the traditional role of road network as moving goods and services. They're corridors and arteries down which people and goods flow, as you've heard from both David and the 2 Martins, to support the economy of the city. But critically, and particularly in cities, they are also important for the living services that they provide. They are the public spaces in which civic life plays out. They're what developers want to be filled with cafes and high-end residential development. They're where the library is, they're where the sports centre is. They are the high streets and the byways of the city's life. And it's really, really important in an urban context to take account of both the moving function of the network and its living function. Now, you can categorise roads, and we've done this through the Roads Task Force that David Cormie mentioned, according to whether the function of the road is important for either its living function or its moving function, or, in the hard cases, for both. So you can use a very simple 3x3 matrix where you rank a section of road according to low, medium or high importance for either or both of those functions, and that gives you a really solid foundation for thinking about the investment priorities, operational and management priorities, enforcement, the whole set of resources that you apply to a road network to get the best possible outcome for the city and for the wider society. We're currently in the process of working with all 33 London boroughs in a process which is very like what David's been doing with Rhys Jeffries, which is looking at the road network in London by length and saying, what does this road do for the local community, what does it do for the London economy, and how can we design and manage it accordingly? So you have to take account of both the moving function and the living function of the city, otherwise you won't capture the full economic importance of the road network. So, 3 propositions. Roads are fundamental to the city's economy. Secondly, it's important for both the moving and the living function of that economy, and you can and need to categorise roads according to which of those 2 functions or both the road network plays, and then invest, plan, manage and operate accordingly. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. So we're going to go right from city and we're going to spread right out to Europe to speak to David Bedell, who's the End Market Director, Highways Europe AECOM. You're a chartered civil engineer, significant experience in planning, design, procurement and implementation of major highways and infrastructure works in the UK and also critically the overseas market. As the End Market Director, he carries executive responsibility for AECOM's highways operation right across Europe, harnessing client relationships developing over AECOM's team of 1,200 highway professionals. Take it away.
Okay, good morning. Thank you very much, Kirsty. Less is more, they said. Challenge the status quo in less than 3 minutes, I was advised. Kirsty is very rigid on her 3 minutes, they warned. Let's see how we go. We've heard a number of very different viewpoints from my fellow panellists this morning on the role that the road network plays in a national or regional level. But a common golden thread amongst all of those, I think, was the intrinsic role that a modern and reliable road network has in facilitating economic growth. It seems that we're awash at the moment with multiple investment plans and strategic documents, each of which outlines how the UK's road network is meant to be best developed. But are they complementary? And do they fully consider the needs of other transport modes and the impacts that they place on the road network? RIS and the National Infrastructure Plan are very English-centric, but the embers of Scottish independence still burn. And the debate around the UK's own independence as part of Europe still lumbers upon us. So should our focus there not be a little wider? Should we not think of a component of the UK rather than an individual component? Is there therefore not a compelling argument that the wider network needs need to be considered in a more holistic manner? Do we need a national transport strategy that articulates a cohesive and long-term vision for our road network? Perhaps one that is considerate of emerging technologies and future trends in travel patterns. Would a National Roads Authority bring that cohesion? Or do we feel that the current model that we have, that manages national and regional elements of the network in relative autonomy, is still fit for purpose? Quite frankly, users of the road network, including those business users who underpin economic growth, they don't recognise the network boundaries that we operate in, and nor do they care. But similarly, those who are responsible for network operation within those boundaries are quite diverse. They range from Highways England to much smaller local highway authorities, each with their own network strategy and their own autonomous asset management plan. So are we really right to expect our road network to support regional and national economic policy effectively against such a fragmented backdrop? Perhaps a major roads network, such as the Oxford to Cambridge arc that David referred to earlier, will bring us a greater degree of cohesion in this respect. But how should these regions interact? What governance arrangements are needed to support growth and ensure that regional aspirations are balanced and considered alongside national needs? Do network responsibilities need to be changed in order to allow LEPs to fully mature and be truly effective in driving regional and economic prosperity at all levels? Thank you.
Well, that leaves us just under half an hour for conversation. And actually, I just want to put that very last point to you, David Cornby. This idea that actually rather than having individual different transport methods and also different regional and SRN and MRN all separate, what about actually having an overarching national transport strategy?
I think the existing strategic road network is the core of a national transport system on roads. But I think the problem with the national transport strategy, as you describe it, Kirsty, is that it implies that it's imposed from the top. And I think the strength of what's happening now with the devolution to the combined authorities and the bids from other groups to take more responsibility for their own outcomes means that the most effective strategies for our economy will be those that are nurtured and grown on a regional basis.
But not single transport. I mean, that's the point.
No,
It's got to be integrated transport.
It certainly has to be integrated. And while we've been talking about roads here, the authorities concerned, whether you're talking about Transport for Greater Manchester or the Strategic Alliance or London, they are rightly and definitely taking a multimodal approach. But let's not forget how important roads are.
What do you make of the Heartland strategy?
I think it's absolutely right. Martin didn't show a geography of the Heartland strategy, but embracing this arc that runs from Oxford through to Milton Keynes, Bedford, Luton, Aylesbury and Cambridge, it is absolutely right, I think, to view that as one economy and to look to strengthening the links that join up the different bits of those economy. And the reason it's difficult is because the rail network is radial. Apart from the new east-west line, there's nothing that links that arc on a rail basis, and the road links need to be improved to make that high-tech arc function effectively. So it's a good plan.
To ask you to look beyond the Heartland strategy, and what you've talked about is, I don't need this, sorry. What you've talked about is the delivery in terms of GDP, of growth and everything else. And I wonder, I mean, you've got a particular nucleus of types of business, I think, within this area, and I wonder in terms of regeneration, other areas of the country, whether a similar strategy could deliver the same results, or whether it's because of the nature of the type of businesses that's in your area.
So I think the key thing here is to have, as David's talked about, it having come from the bottom up. We're working on the evidence base that comes from the levels of growth we need to look at, from the voices of businesses who are telling us. They are telling us that they want a single transport system, one that can meet their needs, one that can meet the needs of their employees. And if we think about it, those employees are actually residents of the area. And as residents, we want a single transport system as well. The balance will always have to reflect the local circumstances, which is why it's right that you've got something different in transport for the north, right that you have something for Midlands Connect, right for us. But fundamentally, it's about joining it up, being clear to both residents and investors what the priorities are, working with agencies like Highways England and Network Rail, and making it all joined up.
Can I just come back to a city level here? I'm sorry, I'm jumping around, but I'm absolutely astonished that 90% of passengers in London are by road. You don't want that, surely?
No, so 80% actually of passenger journeys are on the road network, which is not in any way to underestimate the importance of both the underground and the overground network, particularly for radial commuting and increasingly for orbital journeys, hence the investment in Crossrail to improve that connectivity. But the crucial point is that actually, and particularly in outer London, a very substantial proportion of how people move around a city like London is on the road network, and actually most of those people are not public transport users either. They're people driving in their vans, their cars, their taxis, on their bikes and walking around. So I think the point of that really is to emphasise that you need to manage and maintain your road network just as important as you do your rail network, because of the importance of that network, and again, even more so for freight. It's very, very hard to deliver local freight on a rail network, and that's why pretty much all freight in London goes on the roads.
Just another, hang on, just another London-centric question here. And the Chancellor's going to make this huge announcement this afternoon about house building. A lot of that heat's going to be in the southeast. You're going to have more and more people looking for the only houses they can afford, which will be miles out of the centre of London, but having to work in London. How are you going to manage that? Because that's going to be an exponential growth, unless you're going to suddenly find lots and lots of cheap houses in the middle of London, which will be pigs flying across the horizon.
So I may regret saying this, and I think this is the first mayoral election since the mayoralty was established where the basic efficiency and effectiveness of the transport system won't be one of the top issues. Housing and the related questions around social inclusion and access to work, including for people on low incomes, is going to be the key issue at the forthcoming election, we think. And the question about how TfL and the boroughs, both from a transport investment and operations point of view, but also in terms of, for example, using their land assets, can support a mix of housing types, and not just in the outer parts of the city either, is going to be fundamentally important to how London maintains a balanced economy. And I was at an event about a year ago where the American economist Edward Glazer was talking about cities, and he was asked in the Q&A what the most important problem for London would be, and he said the availability of affordable housing within the city's boundaries, because if you have to travel 20 miles to do a job which doesn't pay you very much, it becomes very, very difficult for the economy to sustain itself. So we really have to provide a mix of housing, not just on the outskirts either, but across the whole of the city.
Thank you very much. Just coming back to David Cornby's original presentation and talking about the importance of MRN as well as SRN and whether or not that should be a holistic approach, and is it a holistic enough approach at the moment?
I think from our perspective, we've looked at, with route strategies, and David mentioned about the need for route strategies to engage with the process of looking at a wider a network that's beyond the strategic road network, and I think it's a really interesting conversation and debate that we need to have with many of the stakeholders that are in this room now to understand whether there is merit in actually broadening the strategic road network, certainly from an economic perspective, certainly for addressing some of the challenges that the local, the city, the national perspective that many of the people sat on the panel are going to face over the years to come.
What do you mean before you actually set out the second tranche, as it were?
Yes, I think we're open. We undertook the first process of route strategies relatively quickly. We are open now for a debate about how do we take forward the next round of route strategies, and I think David's timing around his study is particularly helpful for us giving that thinking now.
Can we just talk about European experience? I'm anxious to talk about somebody who... Sorry? Oh. I'm anxious to hear about where perhaps in Europe you think is delivered this holistic approach the best, and what is delivered for the local residents and businesses.
So I think the road network, there's a huge variance, first of all, in Europe, and I think we need to acknowledge that. There are elements of the network in continental Europe that are very mature, much more mature than here in the UK. The size of those networks and the geographic kind of demographic of how they are related also influences delivery strategy. So we do see far more private tolling of strategic networks. We see far greater use of technology in areas, particularly in more developed areas of Europe, and that's... We are making strides there in the UK, but there is a lot more to be done. We live in a modern age of big data. We all have handheld mobile devices. And I think a big challenge for the industry in general is how we come together and harness that data set to predict trends of the future and use it to inform a modern, sustainable network for the next 20 years and beyond.
But that's interesting. Do you think that you're doing enough in terms of the whole idea of harnessing technology, even side by side with the SRN, because it seems that if we're behind now, we're going to be, if things are moving exponentially in Europe, we're going to end up being further behind.
I think the short answer to that is no, we're not. I think we talked earlier about open data and making sure that data is available to people who have a better understanding of how to communicate that data effectively to people within their vehicles, within their own devices, as we've already mentioned. So I think from our perspective that this next 5 years is going to be critical in terms of delivering that kind of investment in infrastructure, in investment in technology that will help to realise some of the advantages that we realise that are seen in continental Europe.
Well, let's just talk about Heartland, because of course a lot of the businesses in your areas are the high-tech businesses and presumably have their own ideas about how to deliver through.
This is one of the biggest challenges for those in the public sector, is actually how to unlock and enable the entrepreneurs to really deliver the opportunities. In fairness, what we've seen in London is when London has opened up its data and it's let the entrepreneurs rip in terms of what they can provide, the market responds. There are hundreds of apps produced every year. the public latch on to one or two that meets their needs. We need to be able to build upon that kind of experience and open up our data, encourage the entrepreneurs who are quite often the local businesses themselves. So it's a win-win-win situation, and allow the sort of the technology to actually help shape and address some of the challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, David, are you disappointed that we do seem to be behind in terms of technology?
I'm not so sure we are totally, but technology affects what we're talking about in many different ways. It affects how vehicles are developing, and I think we are up there. I mean, the vehicle industry is global anyway, but we're up there among the early adopting nations, setting out the framework within which more and more automated vehicles will be capable of operating on our roads. Technology for users of transport, there's been reference to the apps that exist when transport operators provide open data. Transport for London does. It's great that Highways England is doing that, and others are doing it too. It's entirely up to the market then, as we see, you know, take out your smartphones, how many apps have you got there that tells you when your next bus is coming, when your next train is coming. I think, you know, it's a very fertile area. On infrastructure, Jim O'Sullivan has made some reference to this, and I've heard others in the industry talking about this. I think Highways England recognise there is huge scope for innovation, not only in how the network is operated and managed, but how projects are delivered, indeed designed, conceived and delivered. And I think Jim O'Sullivan's mention of Highways England looking to its supply chain to be innovative in how they do things, in solutions to some of the highway construction problems, I think that's really great. Okay, we've got a lot of some areas in which to catch up with other nations. I think we're not doing so badly. At least we realise we need to move forward.
Jim O'Sullivan is going to be doing a keynote address over from the main stage straight after this. But just because Milton Keynes is in your area, and actually I was at a conference where Will Whitehorn spoke. Tell me about the driverless car projects that are in your area. Sorry, I have to give you this.
Well, I was going to say Ben can probably as a non-exec director of the traffic, but yeah, I mean the Catapult is a really exciting, and the driverless technology that's part of the Catapult technology there. I think it's an illustration of how, if we create the opportunities for entrepreneurs to test the ideas in an environment, in a real world environment, we can actually accelerate our leadership in this, because we are, let's be, you know, in terms of automotive and driverless technology, we are up there in terms of some of the ideas that are coming. It comes from the global manufacturers that are interested in the work already, the pilots that are going and funded by the department. Milton Keynes is at the cutting edge of that. Is also at the cutting edge of opening up its data sources to allow people to develop ideas. I think it's an example of how when you create a living laboratory, people will want to play.
I want to open this up to the audience right now, but just to ask you finally, before I open up to the audience, are driverless cars, as it were, on the radar when it comes to Highways England?
Absolutely, yes. We're working very closely with pilots that are already being developed, and it's an exciting area for us to focus on over the coming years. So I'm looking forward to it as much as certainly my 14-year-old is looking forward to driving his driverless car when he's old enough to drive. So I'm not quite sure I'm looking forward to it so much, but not the insurance premiums anyway.
Oh God. Okay, now we have two microphones out here, and we'd love to get you. There's a gentleman down here. First of all, is there someone at this side for seconds? Yes, gentleman up there who wants to talk about local roads. I know you do. So let's take your question first.
My name is John Walker, and I'm the Honorary Secretary of the ITS United Kingdom Road User Charging Interest Group. The subject of road user charging has come up a couple of times. You asked Paul O'Sullivan that question. I wanted to advertise the fact that we have a session on the benefits of road pricing in the little tent next door at 5 to 1. But my question, sort of following on from that, is the answer to the major roads network that David Cornby and other people talked about more toll roads rather like the M6 toll?
In the short term, no, I don't think it is. Road user charging has a role to play in the long term, I'm quite sure, but you can't debate it in isolation from the context. if you think about road user charging as an eventual part substitute for fuel tax, then it simply can be put in a fiscally neutral way and then becomes something you can use to manage demand. It's something which isn't suffering from the problem of the declining fuel tax base. So whether you use it as a revenue raiser, a demand manager, or simply a substitution for existing taxes, you've got to answer those questions. What are you talking about? And it's not politically on the agenda at the moment, for all the reasons we know well. We do have the first introduction of hypothecated funding, so that people who pay their vehicle excise duty will be told where their money's going. That's a start, but I think road user charging, the way you describe it, is a long way off, because nobody's yet really debated the purpose and the context of it.
Well, but in Europe it's a different story. Or the other parts of Europe, I should say, at the moment.
Yeah, I think there are some examples of successful road user charging in the UK, none more so than here in London with the congestion charging. But similarly, the congestion charging in Manchester did not gather momentum, did not reach equal success. We need to look at what we have here in the UK. We're a rather small island, we have a very congested road network, and it therefore brings the whole question of the economic viability of tolling into question when there are such available parallel free routes. So the business case for road user charging on a wider strategic basis needs to be considered in that context, I think. And I think that's where the continental Europeans are slightly different to us.
I have a slightly different answer to your question, because I think, for me, switch it back. We are consumers of transport. Each and every one of us, at some point during the course of the year, will probably be on a bus, a train, use the car. We will all use different types of transport. At the moment, we don't have a perfect view of how much it costs for each of our journeys. We're starting to see it. We can see on apps, we can get access to information about how much and how long it'll take for our train journeys. The government is talking about asking the bus industry to open up its information sources so that we get a better transparency. We've got things like Uber and other applications making it much more transparent about the cost of taxis. What I think you're seeing is technology equipping the consumer with more information about the cost of their journey, and I would start to see probably that the technology the entrepreneurs will start making those choices more obvious. So I think at one level, I wouldn't ask about the how we're going to do it. It's a question of how the industry will respond to a consumer need.
Would you like to pass over to Highways England?
Yes, I think from our perspective, obviously, the debate around road user charging has continued for some time. I think I'm very much in David's camp in terms of the decisions around road user charging are probably some way away. Again, it's a government choice for us. We're in the position to implement whatever is decided by government. So I think from our perspective, it's a watching brief that we'll continue to look at very closely and work very closely with government if that's the direction of travel it determines.
Yes, gentlemen there, you'd like to have a microphone?
A question for Ben. I was a bit confused, but in your talk you were talking about 80% of journeys in London are passenger journeys. I think what you mean is the vast majority, or the majority, are actually car journeys. And since that's the case, could you tell us what you're planning to do in London for car users? You know, we've got this massive 16 billion fund for Crossrail. Crossrail 2 is going to be probably some sort of similar price, but these are sort of not the main modes of transport. So what are you actually going to be doing for car users?
So I didn't quite hear your question, but I think the question is what are we doing for car users in London as part of the overall mix? So the point about 80% of passenger journeys is it's both car users but also people using public transport on the road network, bus passengers in particular, but also pedestrians and cyclists account for that 80%. So the roads task force that David mentioned that TfL supported was a commitment that the mayor had to set it up in his 2012 manifesto, was a process by which all the main road user stakeholders were brought together: car drivers, taxi drivers, bikes, cyclists, pedestrians, road safety lobby, the freight industry and so on, to talk about how do you manage a road network when the prospect of really substantial increases in new capacity, like Crossrail will provide for the rail network, doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least in the immediate future. And the view that the Roads Task Force took was, first of all, the point I made in my short presentation, which is you have to take account of both the moving function of the road network in a city and its living function, because the economic value of the road network derives from both of those roles. You have to do whatever you can to get the maximum amount of capacity out of the road network for any given level of capacity, and that's around smart traffic technology, it's around real-time response to collisions, it's around using intelligent data in real time to drive where your resources go. And there were 2 or 3 other strategic proposals that were put forward by the task force, which TfL agreed on behalf of the Met to take away and consider. One was a question around whether in some locations there was an argument for putting in additional or new tunnels, which might have had one of 2 functions. In the first case, this was to put in short tunnels that would take away the segregating effect of major roads in local communities, where you might be able to pay for the tunnel by decking over or tunnelling and then releasing the value of the land on the surface, creating economic development potential, and then using that to pay for the tunnel. And potentially longer distance tunnels, for example, that might provide a bypass, in quotes, around central London and relieve some of the pressure on the inner ring road. So that work is now going on. We're looking at what the prospect in certain locations for those sorts of investments might be. The task force, apropos the previous question, asked TfL and the Mayor to keep the question of road pricing firmly on the agenda, not to rule it out because of the potential benefit both as a way of managing demand but also generating revenue to pay for the road network. And then thirdly, there's a very particular question around managing freight, where because of the importance of freight on the road network and because it's very hard to move freight in any other way, thinking about how we can, for example, get freight out of the peak periods overnight into the afternoon, things like that.
Great, thank you very much. Your question, please.
Yeah, Bob Pizzey. With my CIHT chair of the South East region hat on, I struggle with national regional when some of these alliances are pulled together and we have ideas that sort of northern powerhouses and what does London do when, you know, so much of the population doesn't live in London that supports London. And I sort of, you know, an element of detail thinking about, I really agree with David talking about, you know, building that strategic work. And I wonder the panel's views with regard to things like, you know, it's not picking on Martin, but we have heartland that is going to compete on a global market, yet doesn't have Dover as the gateway to Europe in it, and doesn't have Heathrow as, you know, one of the world's busiest airports, where, you know, a lot of the people, his clients and his businesses will do business, you know, will do their business, and yet that's not in there. So how does he coordinate all that sort of thing to make sure he's maxing out and supporting on a global network?
Thank you.
That's why we have a strategic road network, and that's why we have an organisation called Network Rail and the market of passenger and freight operators, to think strategically about what the nation needs as a whole, to link with the ports, to link with major centres of industry, major logistics centres, major population centres. So we have the national framework in place, and we've been hearing today about how for roads that's been taken forward in this, I think, very energetic and really forward-looking way with Highways England under their new regime. What has been missing, I feel, and I think a lot of other people feel, is the ability to make things work on a local and a regional basis. And that's why we're seeing this great push towards the combined authorities in the north of England, why we're seeing the push of places like the strategic alliance that Martin works with. It's at that level where most business needs transport. Of course, they need the connections to the markets and the ports and exports and Dover, but they need to operate effectively on a regional basis too. Hence the focus, hence the devolution deals, hence our proposals to look at what is needed on a regional basis with the major road network. So regional used to be a word, perhaps it still is, that the politicians in this government and the last government don't like to use. I don't care what they do and do not like to use. The fact is, it's at the regional level that people want to see the energy, the coordination and the coming together of the transport, economic and land use planning. And thank goodness we're beginning to see it.
Regional?
Yes.
a big fan of regional, primarily because I came from the regional development agencies background. So one of the things I think is very important is for us to learn the lessons from the regional development agencies. I think one of the failings, there were many failings, there were many successes of the RDAs as well, but one of them was to be spread so thin across their agendas that they simply couldn't focus on some of the most important issues. Now, I would say transport, I think, and I'm sure many of my colleagues would agree, is one of those big significant issues that really drives economic growth. And I really do hope that the bodies that are forming, that are developing that currently and in the future will focus very heavily with ourselves, with Network Rail and others, on delivering the transport network that this country really deserves.
David.
Yeah, I think the growth of the regional agenda is fantastic to see. I think we need to see greater cohesion between those regional forums. We can't move forward on a scenario where one region is developing in silo without giving cognizance to how that interfaces with the rest of the network. And I think the challenge that Highways England have is understanding, in terms of economic growth, how that interurban business needs to use the network. And does it necessarily need to recognise the benefit in the end region? Does the benefit of the strategic road network need to be recognised on the M20 as we move towards Dover? It doesn't matter so long as that 15 to 20 minute journey reliability that our freight industry is crying out for is actually recognised and guaranteed at a point in the network.
More regional connection.
So, two things. First of all, we heard in the opening session the importance about having leadership. The strategic alliance has come about because the political leaders of the transport authorities recognise what everybody else has said on the panel. Transport doesn't recognise boundaries, and there are some pieces of infrastructure which are obviously much bigger than one individual area. So if people were looking for political leadership, you had initially the three county council leaders standing up and recognising that they needed to work together. And if you have those blocks, those bigger blocks working together, it becomes a conversation between 2 or 3 organisations rather than a conversation between 24 or 30 or however many. It focuses on the right thing. You're absolutely right. Focus on the core issues, don't get distracted, and provide the leadership that everybody can respond to.
Final question here, yep.
Hi, it's Rosamund Gray here from Gatekeeper Associates. My question is about the relationship that Highways England and all these bodies have with utility providers and statutory undertakers. We all know that they're a bit of a law unto themselves, but it's a relationship that we can't ignore. If roads are being built across the nation, and it's a great thing that they're being improved, there is a skill shortage within the statutory undertakers to design diversions and protection works, and they're also very reluctant to do it. And I just wondered how far back the relationship goes into trying to sort out that shortage.
And do you need to slap wrists, bully people about a bit?
I think we've tried that. We've tried every approach with statutory undertakers over the years. I come from an operational background, and I remember the plethora of challenges that presented. I think we've tried stroking, we've tried the carrot, the stick, everything. I think genuinely we need to continue the discussions with our statutory undertakers.
Thank you very much. Coming over to Ben now for that.
So I think that's a really important question. That's a really important question. I mean, our relationship with the statutory undertakers has got a lot better in recent years, and it really falls into 3 headings in terms of time, scale and impact. One is where they want to do something to their infrastructure under our roads or the borough's roads. We have a lane rental scheme in London whereby essentially you have to pay to occupy part of the road network if you want to dig up some of your infrastructure, which obviously incentivises the undertakers to do that as quickly as possible. The second question is where we want to do something to our road which requires them to move their equipment or us to move their equipment, and that's the question around diversions, which can be extremely complicated and expensive. And again, we're working very hard with all the main utilities to get that right. And then the third interesting question is where you want to bring about a complete step change in the capacity of those networks. For example, Vauxhall 9 Elms is going to hugely increase the volume of housing along beside the Thames between Vauxhall and Battersea. and the Thames Water, the electricity companies, National Grid, have to substantially increase the overall capacity of their networks to support a very quick growth in population, and working out how you can get the regulatory regime in place so they can make the investment to massively increase their capacity rather than tinker with it at the margin is a really interesting challenge where you've got high levels of growth in the short term.
Have you got tips?
Well, I think that there are arrangements like the National Joint Utilities Group. I think local relationships are really important, as you've heard from other speakers. And I think just staying very closely in touch and making sure that you have good operational relationships, if only because if you get a burst water main, you need to get that thing fixed as quickly as you possibly can to get the network back in operation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our panel, please, for this session. We're not back inside this room till after lunch at 2:15, but in a few minutes at exactly 12:40, you'll be able to hear again from Jim O'Sullivan, the Chief Executive of Highways England, over on the keynote stage. There's a whole raft of activities happening during lunch, more events from stands, industry briefing theatres, networking and so forth. There's a second lunchtime keynote at 2 o'clock from Sampo Heetanen, who's flown in from Finland to talk about mobility as a service, and you're going to find all the details in your event guide, and there's various signs around the venue. I just want to thank Tarmac very much for sponsoring this session, and do go out and hear from Jim O'Sullivan. Thank you.
kicking the sidewalk. I'm making some plans, yeah. And I'm feeling good till the end. 'Cause it's just me and my friends. We're hanging out. We gonna get it high, we gonna get it low. We got this feeling singing, whoa, oh, 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 oh. Just gotta live it up, just gotta let it go. We get together singing, whoa, oh, now here we go. Whoa.
So I'm afraid I'll just stand to one side and look forward to hearing from everybody. Now, what I'm going to do is I am not going to introduce the whole panel at the same time. I think the best thing we can do is to actually, everybody's going to speak for 3 or 4 minutes, and then we're going to have a conversation. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start with David Brewer, who's the Network Delivery and Development Director of Highways England. He started 2 years ago as Network Delivery and Development Director. He's responsible for maintenance improvement of the network. He's previously held senior roles at BAA and was Development Director for Gatwick Airport. Prior to joining Highways England, he was Chief Executive of Lend-Lease, AMEC joint venture, responsible for major waste management PFI business. And we're going to hear from him now about the whole idea of maintenance and asset management. This session is sponsored by Costain, and what we want to explore in this session is new thinking on maintenance and asset management that will be essential to delivering the government's very high expectations. So let's start with David.
Hello everyone, nice to be here amongst friends, lots of familiar faces in the audience. I've got about 3 minutes. Keep trying to persuade my wife that 3 minutes is longer than she thinks it is. Should be plenty of time to cover my material. Where do I point this to make it move to the next one? How do we move the slides on? Okay, so I think we've got some maintenance and asset management professionals sat here. Probably the core skill that we have as an industry is juggling. And I think we are constantly trying to juggle the customer service and utility we get from our assets, because that's what they exist for, the long-term value for money through the life cycle, and the cash which is available to do what we need to do. I think there are probably 3 key things that we need, or 3 key challenges to being able to achieve that, which were up on the screen a moment ago. And those 3 are having good knowledge about the assets, having forward funding certainty so that you can do future planning, and being able to optimise the interventions that you make around the life cycle value for money equation. I just wanted to share where I think we're at with a couple of those. In terms of knowledge, most of you will be aware that we are in the East Midlands as an organisation changing our contract model with a clear intent that we as an organisation take greater ownership of knowledge about the asset and asset performance, which I think is a step in the right direction. Clearly, the new structure for Highways England gives us a level of funding certainty rolling forward, which again enables us to start forward planning. And by January next year, I expect to be seeing 5-year asset management plans for each of my regions. And clearly, we want to push out the time window from that so that we get longer and longer forward certainty of what we're going to be doing. And then one area where I was kind of concerned, I guess, was around the ability to optimise life cycle costs. And I was concerned about the way in which the new pseudo-regulatory framework was set up for our organisation, about whether there would be a real focus on short-term cost that potentially was in tension with our ability to drive asset value for money over the life cycle. I'm really pleased to say that the way we've agreed the framework with ORR is actually we're going to be measuring efficiencies across these 3 areas of economy, productivity and effectiveness. I know Scott later is going to be talking about one of the things we've done around the productivity side of things, but the one I wanted to draw out was effectiveness, which is measuring efficiencies where those efficiencies might be spending a little bit more money up front to do a better job so that you get longer asset life at the end of it. So rather than making short-term interventions at lowest cost, actually optimising the investment. Now, we obviously are always playing in that field against pressures of affordability. That's a fact of life that we all have to deal with. But fundamentally, the structure is good. The structure is conducive to us making the right choices. And one of the big areas where we've declared a desire to deliver efficiencies or a commitment to deliver efficiencies is in pavement resurfacing. We have committed to deliver 500 odd million pounds of efficiencies over the 5-year road investment strategy period. And we're basically breaking that down. We've got a great team working on this now, drawn from across our supply sector and our own team in the organisation. And we're looking at each stage of the asset life and finding areas where we can deliver efficiencies, and in particular, those efficiencies that are about extending asset life. So, you know, I think making some interesting progress in a few key areas that allow us to do our job better. I'll be interested to see what questions you've got around those afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, my God, there's a woman in the panel. There's some mistake. We're delighted to have Dana Skelly, Director of Asset Management and Surface Transport at Transport for London. Dana is a Director of Asset Management. She's a Chartered Civil Engineer with an MBA and 26 years contribution to the highways and transportation sector. Her role, her raison d'etre, is to inspire people, stakeholders and partners through continuous improvement and change. So let's see how she's doing it at Transport for London.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I'd start with a bit of a challenge as to whether we could be more efficient in the world of asset management if we transcend our traditional supply service boundaries. Let me try and explain what I mean. So just to set the context, if you think about it, transport assets, the world of transport asset management and its delivery arrangements tend to be most frequently shaped by our organisational responsibilities and our geographies. So this actually influences how you, as the industry, respond to our needs. You kind of form your response to what we think our needs are. And it means we don't always perhaps realise the opportunities outside of our own boundaries, for example, with our delivery contracts. And I would suggest that one size does not fit all, and that there should be a whole range of delivery approaches considered. Assets, activities, service and area bases, and what we should include are various combinations of these. As I say, suppliers tend to define their structure and capabilities to align with how we let our contracts. Let me just talk to you a little bit about TfL. Our assets are varied. They range from a cable car, which you can see, to underground tunnels, to trees, to the Docklands Light Railway, to road infrastructure. And in Transport for London, we have got ourselves to a place where we have common asset policies and strategies across all of those assets. We've got common asset management training for all of our staff. That's not just asset managers, but all of our staff on what asset management and its principles are. And we're looking to join up across common areas, across all of that asset life cycle in terms of, for example, bridge inspections, all sorts of areas, project management, engineering, where we can be more efficient, but also create for our staff better opportunities in terms of career paths and opportunities. For our customers, well, aren't they the most important people? Our customer promises that every journey matters, and our asset management vision is to have safe, reliable and cared for assets which are designed for London's future. These are very customer-centric statements, and yet, as far as our customers are concerned, they want to see this integrated, connective, reliable system supporting movement and growth and making life in London better. And yet we set ourselves up in a way that we're separating the very skills and capabilities into different sectors in terms of rail, underground, highways, and so on. Now, the industry is already moving away from kind of minimum standards to a more risk-based approach. Has the time come for us to start thinking with the delivery world more about an outcome-based approach based on that move towards a risk-based approach? If we started from scratch with infrastructure asset management, how would we structure it? Certainly our graduates arrive in our organisation wanting to apply their engineering skills and knowledge to make a difference to our customers. They don't want to be pigeonholed into certain areas, and they don't want to be sort of put in stovepipes of potential staff development. So if asset management is about optimal intervention and whole life cycle costing, with a BIM world in the future, we'll be much better equipped, surely, to have a kind of holistic asset information world across all of our infrastructure. And maybe we should be thinking ahead now and managing our asset management in that way from a customer, from a capability, and from a data and information perspective. Thanks.
Thank you very much, now we have a man who loves lean thinking, Scott Cooper, who is the Highway Services Director of the Kier Group, who is one of the sponsors of today's event. He's responsible for the service performance of the 4 Kier Highway England asset support contracts, which operate highway maintenance services on the strategic road network. He's also responsible for the delivery of Kier's lean strategy and the implementation of continual improvement. Scott Cooper, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to talk about how can we deliver more for less, and you'll have all heard that, and it was nice to be introduced as a lean expert, and I'm certainly not. And we set ourselves a challenge during this year. We had a site visit. Colin Matthews came out onto the M42. It was a site that we planned, a resurfacing project, and when he came out, it sort of dawned on all of us really how much time we actually spend mending the roads. And often my little son will say to his mum, he said, "What does Daddy do for a living?" And I say, "Daddy mends the roads." And he'd say, "What, in a suit?" And but when you actually analyse how much time we were paving out there, it was 33% of the working window. And so all the work we do is within live traffic, adjacent to live traffic, so we have to mobilise traffic management to do that. But I think we've come through a culture of being concerned about what time we get on the network and what time we get off. And so what we discovered by analysing that was we've got far too much risk allowance in that programme. And what we managed to do was sort of push those boundaries and deliver more work within that arrangement. And what we also found was a lot of cultures within the organisation that really only do want to do what they've always done, so we need to move on from that. And so we looked a bit further of that. So all of our work, we have to go out and close a lane. So Kier have 4 of the areas. So when I went to look at the traffic management interventions that we do to deliver those services, I was amazed to discover that in one calendar year, we go out 48,000 times to do all different aspects of maintenance, inspection, repair. And we have about 27% of the strategic road network. So approximately a third. So you can times that up and realise to deliver the outcomes that we have to deliver, we're out there 150,000 times, putting out cones. We've done some great things in the industry, and Jim talked today about priority number 1 is safety. And we have managed to remove carriageway crossings, bizarrely on a backdrop of going out there 150,000 times. When you then look at how much of the time we've used whilst we were out there against the working window, it's about 60% of the time. So when you talk about lean, you talk about waste, and you talk about making a difference. I think it's quite clear to see that if we could program and schedule our works in a much more efficient way, we could remove an awful lot of those interventions. And what does that mean? Approximately, that's about £100 million worth of traffic management across the country that we do. And if we could do it at 60%, we would save £40 million. Moreover, we would deliver the same outcomes with less exposure to our workforce. And unfortunately, we live in an industry by which some of the people who have worked for different companies haven't gone home, and they've been killed putting out that traffic management. So I think my challenge to the audience really is how can we think differently in the next 5 years and deliver the same outcomes that we have to.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, in a change to our published programme, we're going to hear from Malcolm Sims, who's Director of the Asphalt Industry Alliance. He's standing in for Alan McKenzie, the Chairman of the Asphalt Industry Alliance. It's a division of the Mineral Products Association, and together with Eurobitumen UK, they're the Asphalt Industry Alliance. He's involved in everything asphalt related that passes through the association and represents the MPA and the UK on various British and European standards committees. So Malcolm Sims, thank you very much for standing in.
Thank you, Kirsty, and welcome everybody. This slide presentation was written for my chairman, who can't be with us. There we go. But this slide has changed. Come on. There we go. Right. So these are kind of his words in my voice, so bear with me on this. Over the last few years, we, as the AIA, have shouted long and hard about the need for longer-term funding commitments from central government to allow local authorities to adopt an invest-to-save strategy for road maintenance. The government's previously announced pledges for 28 billion of investment in road infrastructure up to 2021 are a positive note, clearly, and would start to address years of underfunding in our road network. But when it comes to local roads, all too often their importance is overlooked. We've yet to review the full impacts of today's autumn statement and spending review, but I expect that, sadly, the funding disparity that will exist between the amounts allocated for the strategic network and local roads will remain. It was noted this morning that the HE network represents 2% of roads and carries 30% of all traffic, which apparently makes a compelling case for billions of pounds worth of investment. On the other side of that coin, local roads carry 2/3 of all traffic and make up 90% of our network. However, only 21% of the government's funding pledges before today have been earmarked to improve the condition of local roads. In fact, the Local Government Association estimates in the next 6 years local roads would receive only £31,000 per mile of funding in comparison to 1.4 million per mile on the strategic road network. Obviously, there are different networks with different demands, but it's still a huge gap between the two. The imbalance means that local authorities will go on struggling when it comes to tackling the backlog of repairs. And those are just some of the sort of headlines that we get through the alarm survey, highlighting what local authority engineers tell us about the state of their network. This year's survey highlighted that the annual level of shortfall between what highways engineers need to maintain the roads properly and what they actually receive remains at just over £3.2 million per authority, and £12 billion overall is needed to bring local roads networks up to scratch. That data comes from frontline local authority highway engineers, informed by implementation of their asset management plans. And in some cases, I believe that local authority asset management plans are several steps ahead of what we currently have for the strategic road network. They've been forced to deliver these over recent years, and they seem to be making good inroads. If nothing else, they understand the value of their asset. So I'm sure I will agree, as the discussion goes on with the fellow panelists, that innovation, skills, optimization, efficiency, collaboration, all good buzzwords. They all play their part when it comes to local roads as well as the strategic network. But the starting point has to be a fairer and more certain allocation of funds, whatever the amount will be after today's spending review. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just to let you know, the panel is having a struggle to hear what's going on here, but I think in the conversation that follows, we'll try and get that sorted out. Now we're delighted to have David Tarrant here as the Managing Director of Transportation at Mott MacDonald, who is sponsoring this extraordinary theatre. He's Managing Director of Mott's Highway Business, responsible for leading and managing the consultancy's broad range of activities in the UK and abroad. He has got over 30 years under his belt in the sector with senior roles in both public and private sector organisations. He's also a former president of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation. David Tarrant, please.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Kirsty, and good afternoon, everybody. As has just been said, many of you know I've had a career in the public sector, working as a client and indeed with the politicians on trying to deal with a lot of these issues, and have then moved looking at it from the consultancy side. And I have to say, no matter which end of the telescope you look through, the issues are really very much the same. So the key issues that come out are around safety, funding availability, funding certainty, value for money, road user experience. We hear about taps being turned on, taps being turned off, who does what, and what commercial and contractual model is the best. And I think, to be honest, we're all, as clients and providers alike, really grappling with all of these issues. So what I thought I'd do today is just perhaps pick out 3 issues which sort of transcend some of those things to prompt some debate. And I think they cover the highway sector as a whole rather than thinking about any particular client. So the first one I'd pick out is innovation. Again, the first thing to say is I think there's a lot of really good things going on out there, but I would question as to whether we're doing it in a really purposeful way. So what about, are we making the best use of information and technology, the whole concept of big data to manage our assets? And what is our culture as an industry like? It seems to me that very often time and pressure forces us to keep doing things in the same way rather than do things differently, as Scott was urging us to do earlier on. And what step change do we actually see in materials and technologies happening? And if you think what's happened in the aircraft industry in the last 30 years, there's been a significant change. And are we really seeing that step change with ourselves? So to emphasize, I think lots of good things, but how do we up our game? And I guess that brings me on to risk and uncertainty. So are the issues I've just been talking about actually inhibiting us in innovating? And is it actually the environment in which we're operating, be it contractual, financial, cultural? And are those things, I say, actually inhibiting us from seeing how we might improve? And I guess looking at the wider risk issues, I mean, asset management is really all about making decisions based on risk. So knowing how an asset will perform and how it is performing is actually key to our decision making. So being able to measure that performance, have up-to-date knowledge, and see how we can improve and reduce risk is absolutely key. And I think that's an area that bears further examination for us. Which actually brings me on to time. Seems to me again that highways asset management, and it's no great surprise, has been traditionally subject to significant change. So we've had short-term funding horizons, changing funding availability, changing priorities, and very often politically driven. Certainly if one works in local authorities, you see that happening all the time. So how can we devise a system which actually gets that political buy-in? So to incentivize that long-term approach, provides demonstrable value for money, and reduces uncertainty. And I'm not after nirvana here, but reduces some of that uncertainty. And also providing some consistency across the network. And I think this chimes with Dana's point in that I dread to think how many different contracts and different contract requirements there are across our country in terms of highway maintenance. And that's actually thinking about it from the customer point of view, let alone the suppliers. So it seems to me there's lots of questions for clients and suppliers alike for the whole industry to ponder. But I do see it against a backdrop where I see infrastructure and its importance actually in a much better place as far as the UK is concerned now. Thank you.
And finally, Bob Collis is going to be talking about putting the customer first in asset management. He's the Director of Infrastructure at TRL and responsible for the TRL's research and consultancy work for the government and private sector customers both in the UK and overseas. He's a member of the World Road Association's UK Executive Committee and Executive Director of the Forum for European National Highway Research Labs. He's the concept lead for the development of the Forever Open Road and Forever Open Railway programmes. Bob Collis, finally.
Thank you, Kirsty. I'm going to pick up on that, as we said earlier, the customer. And we heard this morning very much about customers in terms of ORR's roles, Transport Focus's role, and Highways England starting to really think about what their customer wants, what their customer feels. And I've just put up there, first slide, it came up quicker than I thought, the others were slower, but it came up. Look at all that lovely kit. TRL developed some of that, others developed some of that. Many of you in this room will know what each of those pieces of equipment does. It helps manage the asset. beautiful pieces of equipment. Engineers love them. Technicians crawl all over them. They provide the data that goes into making decisions on how to maintain our roads. When are we going to spend money? How much are we going to spend? And so on. And I'm not going to name any of the names, but there are quite a few wonderful machines. And one of my colleagues actually used to, I think, drive some of those. So where does the customer fit in that? Well, there are customers sat in the cabs, but there's not a lot of customers in that picture. So we really got to think. We can't throw this away. It's really valuable. But in managing our assets, we do genuinely have to pick up some of these innovations we're hearing about. So, for example, we heard about this morning, I think in this session, mobile phones. If a car is to be a computer and connect with other cars, connect with the asset, connect with the operator, then the mobile phone and the computer in the car is key to this. So the vehicles can do this job for us. So in managing our asset, we can bring the customer into the decision making. Not at the end in terms of a survey. Do you like the way we've been running your network for you? Why don't we bring them in at the beginning, in the survey and through the data we collect from them? So we can collect data through the car's journey, remembering, I think in the survey that Jim O'Sullivan put up, of the issues customers are most interested in, it's ride quality, it's the surface of the road. And also, I'm just going to add one thing into the frame, so we can use technology, really do it. We can also use social media, and that's not being talked about a huge amount. And the reason I'm saying this is because my wife told me so. And this is where this came from. For about 2 months, we've had a new road scheme near where I live. Lots of people don't like it. I've had questions in my own mind about it. I'm not going to say where it is or anything. She said, there's loads of things on this social website that I use about this road scheme. I said, oh, that's interesting, let's have a look. Not safe, don't like driving it, petrified by it. I said, that's interesting, I wonder if anybody from the Highway Authority is reading that. 2 days later, there's 100 extra comments. This went on for nearly 2 months. Comments after comments after comment on social media. Is anybody reading that? I don't know. However, the other day she said there was a comment from the Highway Authority engineer agreeing that a lot of things that were being said were right. That is a great move forward in asset management. Thank you.
So we've got about 35 minutes to have conversations about who goes first. Is it the client? Is it the customer? Is it the deliverer? And just coming back to Keir, what you were saying is that we had to have new models, and I wonder actually if the client has to, you were talking about innovation, the way you're delivering your asset management, but is the client being as innovative in the way they approach you as you are being in the way you deliver results to them?
We work sort of very well with the clients, so testing, that one. So when we approach...
So hang on, can you all hear?
Cool.
I think we should use that as take that as a belt and braces, please.
Yeah. I think the relationship that we've had with Highways England as a provider is one of sort of working in collaboration. So when we sort of achieved the efficiency targets that we were looking to get, we needed to work with Highways England. We need to work with our supply chain, and so it was a collaborative effort. I don't believe any one party would be able to get to that successful outcome on their own.
What's happening though, I mean, if there's going to be this delivery of so much more new roads, so many more new road space, do you have to work out a different kind of relationship? Are there new ways of working?
I think we do have to consider that, and if the funding is going to increase from 3 billion to 5 billion, and we're going to spend it on the same network that we have, and I think we have to really consider how we deliver those works, and not only sort of the larger works, but all of our maintenance interventions. It's a staggering amount of times that we close lanes on the network to do what we need to do, and I think we have to sort of start thinking more along the route. What's best for that route? If we look after a tunnel, we will have scheduled maintenance interventions. We will only go out at those set times unless it's an emergency. I think we perhaps need to start looking at the network very differently.
Thank you very much. just talking to David Tarrant, as your position now as a consultant, that relationship between the client and the provider, you're saying there's going to be 5 years, proper long contracts. There's going to be certainty. But yet, we've got a whole new situation with all this new development in roads. How do you know there's going to be certainty, and how do you know that these 5-year plans will work?
I think I'd start off...
5-year contracts. I mean, it depends. They're not all 5-year contracts, are they?
No.
Short contracts, yeah.
They're not, and I think there would be many in the industry that would say 5 years is far too short for contracts to really look after a piece of infrastructure, and most people would tend to think around a period of 25 to 30 years. I'd come right back and say it's around the political vision and the political desirability of really looking after something that they own. And if they actually, because some of people may not be in a position to commit for that length of time, but if they are able and do want to, then that longer period of commitment and then whatever structure you derive from that is actually what you should be doing. So it comes back to ownership by politicians and the ultimate decision makers and funders as to the way forward.
If you want real innovation, you have to give longer contracts. You have to give better contracts, don't you?
So I think we have some examples. So we are awarding a 15-year contract for maintenance in Area 7. So there are areas where that's appropriate and helpful. I think the most important thing to do firstly is to have clarity over what the work is going to be over that period of time. So the asset management plan, I think there are plenty of options about how you bite that off into chunks of work, but assembling that work sensibly, whether that be combining different bits of work or longer periods of work, is of course part of the picture. We're contracting on many levels, so we have contractual relationships with the likes of the tier 2 aggregate companies, which are also sitting there alongside the contracts with our consultants and immediate contractors, so it's quite a complicated picture.
Malcolm, from your point of view.
Yeah, obviously for our end of the industry, this is the bottom end of the supply chain, it feels like sometimes. All that funding certainty that should be coming forward gives the industry confidence to invest in its delivery plan and capability. We have member companies now investing significant amounts of money in new plant, new equipment, training its workforce up, recruiting, so that we can help deliver the promises that Highways England are making. And we look forward to working with you all.
Bob.
Whilst I welcome the thoughts of the panel so far, longer term contracts, greater certainty, I have a real worry about these. Innovation. Yes, we can be innovative, but we've got to make sure we really are. And having done an hour's talk on roads of the future earlier on, if we have too many 25-year contracts and everybody runs the network exactly the same as they did on year one, therefore it never improves, never changes, never keeps up with technology and the needs of the customers, then we've got a problem. So long-term contracts have to enable innovation and change to occur.
Thank you very much. Dana, looking from the point of view of Transport for London, how do you operate your best contracts with your suppliers and your providers of asset management?
Okay, so I guess there's a few considerations here. I mean, one reason why you might want to engage with your supply chain about understanding the optimum length of a contract is to get the best return on investment for their plant and kit, and sort of start working with the supply chain to understand that. The idea of the 25 to 30 year contracts tends, obviously in our experience, to be much more the PFI side. And I would question, bearing in mind we tend to design our assets for a 150 year life, why 25, 30 years? What happens after that that's different? but it's something that we seem to have done in this industry, and I don't have the answer to that. And then just in terms of innovation, I think clients have a huge part to play in enabling and encouraging innovation, and I don't think we do it well enough yet. I recently, engaging with one of our supply chain partners on an annual review, asked them how they thought they'd done in terms of innovation, and their answer was, we haven't quite got to terms yet with your process at TfL in how to, and it's like, no, this isn't about process, you don't need to understand our processes, what can you bring to us? And perhaps we're not setting the questions in the best way, perhaps we're not asking for support with outcomes, perhaps the fact that we're simply asking our traffic signal partners to give us 98.1% availability is just setting the wrong question.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, that's interesting, because you go for long term, you go for short term on behalf of the customers, and you're saying that perhaps the way that you're actually setting out what you want from whoever it is wrong, and actually you're not asking for enough innovation.
Well, I don't know whether it's we're not asking for enough innovation. We certainly seek to engage and get innovation. I don't think we're sort of seeking the question in the right way in terms of saying these are the outcomes we want and encouraging the supply chain to come in. We also have other constraints, don't we? I mean, we've been trying for many years to reduce the requirement of signs to be lit as they are, as isn't the case in Europe. And you look at vehicles with the huge halogen lights that almost blind you, and yet we're still requiring our traffic signs to be lit when the world has moved on. So we do stand in the way sometimes in terms of letting innovation take its
I'm going to grab this from you because I think we've got a shortage. Right.
Thank you very much. Anthony Oliver from Infrastructure Intelligence. The reality is the public sector is still really wedded to CapEx rather than whole life value, rather than TOTEX. Does the panel think there are, I suppose, examples or lessons that can be learnt from, say, the water industry or the energy sector, or even from the privately financed infrastructure examples that the road and highway sector can bring in to really encourage the public sector towards a TOTEX view of the world, a whole life value view of the world?
Oh, God. Okay. Well, let's see. Are these working now?
Anthony, I think I can only agree. As an industry, we have split ourselves into designers, maintainers and operators, and very often there is a passing of the baton at various stages of the project, and very rarely, and you've mentioned a couple of areas where that does happen through DBFOs or on PFI schemes, where somebody does actually look at the whole. And I think that is something that the industry does need very much to change its approach on. You can see it happening, you can see it happening in certain parts. Is it happening enough so that we truly look at it? And then it does then boil down to clients being able to take that long-term view as well, because it may mean spending a little bit more to start with in order to see the, in terms of that initial capex, in order to see the long-term benefits. But should we be doing more? Absolutely.
As from the customer's point of view?
Is it working? Yes.
Yep.
From the customer's point of view, which is the right solution? If I go around Birmingham one way, I can go on a toll road, I can go on a non-toll road another way, I can go on a DBFO road at various places in England. You will know where I mean, but they don't know it's a DBFO road, but it's a privately operated road. I can cross a bridge on a toll at the M25 or near Bristol over the Severn. We must start to work out which one of these is working. There are lessons to be learnt, so to build that model for the future where CapEx isn't the key thing, it's TOTEX, we need to learn from the different experiments that we've seen to have set up in this country over the last 25, 30 years in terms of paying for roads. And it comes down to paying for roads in the end. So therefore, there's a lot of work to be done before we can get anywhere close to changing the model we've got. But we've got to start that journey soon and understand what's best for us and what's best for our customers. Thank you.
Yep.
No, I totally agree. And as a customer, and we all drive around, and we hear a lot of debate today whether it's a local road, strategic road, what contract it is. But as a customer, what you do is drive on a road, and you want to get from where you're going to, and so I think that's what the customer sees.
But it's interesting because you were saying what the customer actually wants, because on that very simple thing like massive halogen lamps, but yet you've got these huge overhead signs. there are people that are in Nissan Micros that don't have that, and there's people that are in massive Volvo HGVs. If the road is for everybody, you're going to have to stick with what you know.
Just on the question about OPEX and TOTEX, if I can just answer that. I mean, I'm maybe a bit of an idealist, but I kind of think that the OPEX efficiencies fall out of doing the capital investment in the right way. So in the advent of BIM and being able to understand that when you have a site like, let's take Hammersmith Station in central London, you've got 2 bus stations, a tube station, how many PA systems, how many OPEX systems are being managed and maintained and procured in different parts of those stations. So if you do your CapEx right, you'll get your OPEX efficiencies, is my view.
Right, there's a questioner there, please, and then any more hands up? Let's take your question just now.
Hi there, Ben Morris, NTT Data. So I was interested in some of the challenges you were talking about in terms of the political challenges. I don't know if you can hear me very well on the panel, but you're saying that industry wants long-term certainty, but we also have a political reality where politicians' timescales might be different to industry's timescales. So I wonder what some of the solutions might be. I think you've articulated the challenges very well, but I wonder if you've got any idea as to the solutions.
Well, I mean, like a totalitarian state, that kind of thing. Okay, political solutions, highways first.
So I guess I think we are starting to break into that. So all of you are aware of the change in status of Highways England from a government agency to a government-owned company. Early doors with that, it will evolve over time. But some of the key principles behind that were to set up an organisation which had a licence, which created duties about optimising long-term value for money, which is what our licence says, and setting us up so that we were just slightly less kind of close to the action in terms of that political decision-making. So the politicians will still make the decisions about what they wish to prioritise, but our job becomes influencing those decisions by providing really, really good quantified information about these are the consequences of some of the choices that you might make.
But it's interesting because then what you can say is that actually if you provide all this information saying you're doing a good job and you're a separate company, then you can go out and lobby with the general public against the government if necessary.
Yeah, so I might get told off if I saw our role as lobbying against government, but what we certainly, we've got a customer strategy which says we want customers to feel that we're on their side. And we certainly do believe that part of our role is to represent the customer in the decision making, so we're working really closely with Transport Focus to try and get under the skin of some of those questions about do you want these signs lit, or would you rather we spent a bit more money on the potholes, or getting involved in that discussion so that we can represent those views back into government. So arguing with government not so much, but actually presenting a kind of enabling them to make informed choices and being an advocate for customer needs, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm just going to actually make that point. I think the question really was around the challenge, obviously the challenge around how one deals and gets certainty. And I realise how lucky I was, I think, in having my career in Hampshire, where at the time, certainly the elected members truly understood the value of it and truly understood the value of asset management. And it was around the advocacy of making sure that they continued to understand it, and that required a lot of communication, because when budgets get tight, even though when the politicians go on the knock in advance of an election, highway maintenance and footway maintenance come top of the priority. We all know that education and social care take the priority, and that's absolutely key. But they kept that funding. And why did they do it? Because they saw the value in it. And that required a lot of work to keep that advocacy going. And I think that's our role, is to be doing that.
Forgive me, this is a question born out of ignorance, but if you put a contract out for maintenance and it's delivered faster, and as we were hearing this morning, if you put a contract out for a new roundabout and it's delivered faster, do you build in increased profit? I mean, what happens? Is there enough of that incentivization, do you think?
It's a mechanism by which, if we come with an efficiency saving that can be shared between getting back to the client and to ourselves, and then we reinvest that efficiency.
Yeah. And that's standard?
Generally, yes, standard across the contract.
Yeah. Should there be more of that, do you think? For example, in London, you were saying that you've been quite sluggish innovation from some of your asset companies, maintenance companies. Do you think there should be more of that in response to innovation?
Where the benefits are shared between the supplier and the client is a good approach, but from my point it's getting the innovations in the first place. That's the mechanism, after the event almost. It's how do we open that up? Is money a shared gain enough incentive? I would challenge back.
From the customer's point of view again?
My view on this is about can you hear me okay? Picking up on what was said earlier on and moving across to what else do we need from this? This is professionalism. Our industry needs to put professional cases, professional advice forward at a very high level. And I think David's example is where the politicians appreciate and understand why and how the professionals have come up with the decisions or the advice that they have, then that adversarial problem starts to disappear. And then the rewards don't just have to be financial. There can be pride for a start, and there can be IP that could be gained as well if they want, some companies want to gain even more out of what they've done from their innovation. So again, there's lots to explore here.
Michael. Can you hear? No? Can you put Malcolm's mic up, please? Oh, I'll just give him this.
Yeah, I was just saying that clients and the public both need to appreciate the risk-reward basis of innovation. Historically, the risk of innovation came back to the provider of it. Yeah. A more even share of that in appreciation of the potential rewards. Clearly, if the innovation doesn't deliver, there's a discussion to be had. But when it does deliver, let's look at rewarding those that deliver it.
What about that from your point of view as Highways England? What about that?
Yeah, so I completely agree with the way Dana framed this earlier, which is the client's got to be really actively involved in that process of innovation. So we create the atmosphere, we create the environment. If we take the work that Scott was talking about on working windows, we've picked that up and we are now going through a process at looking at every single part of our network and saying, what's an extended working window that we believe we can use more constructively. So that's being rolled out. We are conscious in that process that there is a slight increase in the risk that works will overrun and impact the customer. Yeah. We've said to these guys, we're prepared to take that risk because we think it's worth the trade-off overall, and that's not going to come back and bite you. But there are still, I think, too many areas where our contracts are very transactional and seek to just shove that risk unrealistically across. And as we work over time, we will be doing a lot less of that, so a lot less risk transfer through to, artificially to contractors.
Right, we have a questioner right at the back, please.
It's Jonathan Mosley from Ernst & Young. I was just wondering, is there an opportunity for the road sector to learn a little bit from the way Ofgem has applied the RIO framework to distribution network regulation, where one of the I's in RIO stands for innovation? So progress and innovation is hardwired into regulatory settlements. Can any of those principles flow through to the way Highways England is regulated and how it manages its supply chain? And the second question I had is whether the roads...
Can we just do that one first? Because I just want to... it's absolutely not your fault. Who heard that enough to answer it straight away? No? Okay. Can you repeat that question? Or come down, perhaps even to stand up, something to the microphone? Just eat it.
So Ofgem has applied a new regulatory framework called RIO, R-I-I-O, to the regulation of distribution networks. And one of the principles of RIO is that the regulatory settlement, the financial settlement, is dependent on the achievement of progress in innovation. So that is one of the I's in innovation in RIO. So my question is, can that principle be applied in any way in the road sector?
Thank you very much for that. Yes, right. Hi.
There are a few critical differences, one of them being that we are still directly funded by government rather than any other sort of funding mechanism, and we're spending taxpayers' money, not kind of our shareholders' money. So some of those kind of frameworks are slightly different. I think the guys from ORR are pretty enlightened in terms of their approach around regulation. So Peter Antlick comes from the water sector, I think brings some of the good practice from there. If there is work that we can go and do fishing around in some other regulated sectors, then we'll go and have a good long hard look at it. And I'm not particularly familiar with the power distribution one, but it sounds like one to go and have a look at.
Take a further look at that. Dana?
I'm not familiar with the model that's been described here. It's about utilities, was it? I couldn't hear the question. Could you perhaps...
Yeah, so if I play back what I think the question was about, I think the suggestion was that in Ofgem's model for power distribution has innovation as one of the factors which is rewarded and played through then into the financial
settlement. The same should be on the roads.
And, you know, could you transfer that to roads?
I think you answered the question in terms of the different setups, but I do think you also answered the question earlier in terms of the culture that we have in our different industries, in terms of where we are in maturity of that open culture to enable innovation to take place. I mean, we seem to be better in TfL, I perhaps shouldn't say this, at getting our own staff to come up with innovative ideas than we are getting our supply chain partners to come up with. I don't know what that means about it.
So my experience on the innovation bit is that actually our supply chain are really good at responding to what we ask them for.
That's right.
And if we ask them for the right things, then the right thing sort of comes along. And if we accept a level here, then that's where it sticks.
David?
I was just going to pick up the issue around the water sector, because that's another part of our business which does operate there. And we've certainly seen, again, significant gains through the exact mechanism that was described, but it does require, again, a different contractual model. So I don't want to get into that, but it's much more about alliancing and much more about ownership and sharing of ideas and the risk and reward. And I think that sort of model is something, again, to have a look at, because I think certainly it's been successful in the water sector.
Yes, another question from the front here. We can take the microphone down here.
Thanks. On the basis you can probably hear me down the front. There's not been much mention at all of data analytics, and the use of data and technology to actually try to, I suppose, take asset management in highways to a new place. It's been done in water, it's been done in lots of other sectors, but we haven't really. Do you think we've really embraced it? How do we get to the real, the revolution of data, the use of data in asset management in highways?
Bob Collins.
Thank you. I think we are well advanced in that revolution, actually. You may not think it, but there is, and the reason I say that is because we collect an enormous amount of data, but we don't do the right things with it. A lot of it is just forgotten, lost, put on the shelf, and a lot of it is abused as well. The data's there, so we run in this country regular surveys of all of our road network, trunk road and local authorities, yearly in most cases, if not several years in gaps, so they're all measured. We measure our bridges, we measure our tunnels, we measure our lights, we measure our signs for reflectivity and our lines for reflectivity, but we don't always use it in the right way. So in terms of managing our asset, we sort of know what we've got. We don't quite know how good it is. Some areas are better than others, but also I think, having said that we've got a lot of data, we need to collect a lot more. And I mentioned customer views, we need more on environmental impact, and we need more on carbon, climate change impact, and biodiversity. So there's an enormous amount to do to get this right.
Malcolm.
I think one of the other challenges in big data is translating big data into big information. Because we can gather as much data as we like, and as Bob said, if we don't use it, then it is virtually meaningless.
What have you done, Malcolm?
I've just had a heart attack. So
somebody's pacemaker's obviously gone off.
I can turn my phone off and everything. Yeah, so it's getting away from focusing on data and look at the information and the knowledge that that provides to inform as well.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we're going to do, because I think we've taken a lot of questions, I think you've been incredibly patient and incredibly good about this. We have got a keynote address at 20 to 4, which we're delighted to be doing outside over at the other one. So what I'm going to do is thank our panel, give them such a round of applause for being so good at dealing with this. And give yourselves 10 minutes in the fresh air. That's what I suggest. Thank you very much indeed.
completed expert witness work. He's also currently the Senior Vice President of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation and the Chairman of the NEC3 Contracts User Group. Steve.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. I should start off with an apology. To protect the credibility of the panel, I should say that you need to imagine I'm a woman. Sue Sharland hoped to be here today, our female president of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, but she very much regrets she's not here, so I'm standing in for her. CIHT is very focused on diversity, which I'll come on to in a minute. But I hope that what I've got to say doesn't come as a surprise to you. The industry, the sector, we have a skills problem. We have a diversity problem. And we have an efficiency problem. And of course, in today's politically correct world, I need to describe those as challenges rather than problems. But those are challenges that we need to face. In my day job, working for a small procurement consultancy, I'm working with some of those major clients that Kirsty described, HS2, Crossrail, Highways England, those big public sector organisations with very big programmes of work. They're all fishing in the same pool in terms of the resource requirements they need, in terms of having on board the skills that are going to be needed to deliver this major programme of work that the government is seeking to be delivered. And of course, they're all requiring the same A-teams from the same suppliers. So there's a great need to address the skill shortage, to address the coordination of the programmes. So there's those three challenges. The skills, yes, the skills gap is a major delivery challenge. There's some statistics there. You can argue about, there'll be other people quoting other statistics, no doubt, but Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation has done a survey of its corporate partners, major organisations in the sector. 96% of those identify a skill shortage. What surprises me, I suppose, is that 4% don't. Age profile, 20% of the workforce expected to retire in the next 5 years. And with some specialist skills, the problem is even greater in that respect. There were fewer numbers coming into the industry than leaving. Only 25% are women, less than 10% are of ethnic minority background. And of course, that's without considering the new skills that are going to be required across the sector in terms of technology rather than some of the traditional skills. So skills is a real problem. If you don't recognise it, you will become aware of it soon. And of course, we need to bring in more skills, but we're very much restricted by the failure to attract a more diverse workforce. Again, some of those statistics, 90% of the workforce and management is white, 90% at management and board levels are, held by men. So to support greater diversity and inclusivity within the sector, we've produced a new toolkit that's aimed at attracting more women and other minorities. It's aimed at getting more women up to board level positions, and it's aimed at addressing barriers to diversity. How's that toolkit been produced? Well, we've consulted with our corporate partners, as I said, a wide range of major companies operating within the sector, both consultants and contractors. They've identified good practice case studies. The toolkit is designed to be a practical guide as to what might be done to improve diversity, and it highlights the benefits of a diverse workforce if you're looking to build a business case to put in place some of these measures. It's a living document. If you have other ideas of what might be done in terms of future editions, then there's an opportunity there for it to add your name to the list of contributors within the document. And finally, yes, we need more skills, but of course we also need to be making sure that we're making more efficient use of the resources that we currently have. We need that longer term planning. Yes, I think the government is starting to realise the benefit of longer term planning, but we need that greater commitment of funding to allow the supply chain to put in place the resources that is needed for those future delivery programmes. We need those programmes to be coordinated so that we're making most efficient use of those resources, and we need clients to improve their capability so that they understand what resources they need in-house and what resources they're needing from the supply chain. I'm particularly keen to promote the idea of early contractor involvement and how we get integrated delivery teams in place earlier, which allow individual companies to plan and recruit the resources they need. And finally, I would just say that the whole approach to delivery within the sector needs to be supported by collaborative arrangement. So for CIHD, those are the three key areas: understanding the skills gap, getting greater diversity, and making more efficient use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Sandra Howe, who is the Human Resources and Organisation Development Executive Director at Highways England. San has senior level HR experience in a number of sectors, including environmental sciences, utilities, retail and aviation. She joined Highways England in November last year as Executive Director of Human Resources and Organisation Development. Her remit covers the HR function right across the business, including learning and development, resourcing, reward and organisation development. San.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? So I haven't got a number of slides to present from. I was hoping just to share a couple of high-level points with you and hope that will stimulate some debate later on. As per the introduction, that was a great introduction, whoever wrote that. I am the HR Director for Highways England. I've been around for about a year now, so a large proportion of that year was taken up with the move to Highways England as the government-owned company, so that transition from Highways Agency to Highways England. And I think it's fair to say, and I'll be very honest with you, those first 6 months were very internally focused for us as an organisation, given the transformation that we were needing to go through and continue to go through. But having said that, all of that transformation was with that backdrop of the increase in investment that we're now facing as a shared challenge. So for those of you who don't know the statistics, I'm sure you all do, but we're now dealing with a tripling of annual investment on the strategic road network, so from circa 1.5 billion to around 4 billion per annum. So how do we respond to that challenge? Well, it's a shared one, first and foremost. So as the client organisation, I don't see that we have any great magic wand in this area. We all are also looking to see how we can cope with the challenges around skills, resource and capacity. But I think there's maybe still some room, and I spoke at an event probably 12 months ago where I said some of the same things, because I don't think as a client and client organisation and supply chain organisations we've properly tackled this. But I think there is room for us to look at this challenge and look at how we might tackle it together. So what are we doing as Highways England? Well, we don't have the monopoly on recruiting and attracting the most talented individuals, as you all know, any of you who know about our organisation when we were the Highways Agency. But we are trying to actively work to boost our capabilities in particular areas. So what we're not doing is taking the whole gambit and saying, right, we need to increase our talent and we need to increase our skills in all areas. We're taking quite a prioritised view of the world. So you would imagine that we are looking to upskill in the areas of project and programme management. We have to do that to respond to the increase in investment. And we're also looking to boost our skills and capacity in areas such as commercial and contract management, as well as then some of the what I call the deep specialisms, so geotechnical engineering and structural engineering. And we haven't had a lot of success in the past in recruiting into some of those specialist disciplines, mostly because we haven't been able to pay the rates of pay that those specialisms are demanding. So we're having to get really quite creative, and I mean really quite creative, about how we go and attract those people and get them to come and stay with us, as well as retain the ones that we've already got. So we're doing lots of work around that, but in order to help that thinking, we're spending a lot of time on workforce planning. So for any of you who are in the HR field or line managers or senior leaders who take responsibility for that workforce planning, you will know that that requires quite a lot of strategic thought and headspace to really get clear about the capabilities and skills you need to be able to deliver your business objectives. So I make no apologies for the fact, actually, that as the client organisation, we're spending a lot of time on that at the moment, so that we don't have a scattergun approach. We are being much more targeted and specific about where we spend our precious time in terms of upskilling the organisation and the capabilities we need to bring in. So I thought that was important to share, because that might be something that you want to contemplate. It might be something that you've already done successfully in your organisations. And if that's the case, then I'd be really interested in a chat. Other things that we're doing are probably the same as what you're all thinking about. So early talent into the organisation, we're focusing quite heavily on apprenticeships and graduate schemes, and of course we'll all know about some of the apprenticeship targets we've been handed down by government as a sort of sector, and how do we respond to that. So there are a number of people in our organisation who are working across the supply chain trying to respond to that stretching target, but internally we're also looking to grow our own early talent pools in terms of graduates and apprenticeships. We're also targeting, like I said, our resourcing activities in specialist areas where we can. And we're playing our part in the industry-wide groups, such as the infrastructure skills group that has been launched and is run by the DFT. So what should the industry do? I'm not going to stand here and preach at some very knowledgeable people who are operating in the industry on a day-to-day basis, but here's just some thoughts from me. I think it's a shared problem. We need to remember that first and foremost. And actually, I think that there's something we need to do, which we've uncovered quite early around this need to be creative about getting skilled people in. There's something we need to do to raise the profile of a career in this industry, because it's still seen as or maybe, but actually there's something way more attractive over there that I'll rather go and spend my time on. And actually, are there some barriers to entry into this industry that we haven't quite tackled? So safety, I think, is probably the most obvious elephant in the room. What can we do to tackle some of the safety concerns that people might have about entering a career in this industry head on, so that we're taking that away as a barrier to entry? Just an idea. There are some other things I think we can do together, and that's responding to the apprenticeship target, which we're on with, hopefully, and your organisations hopefully are thinking about that. And also, I think we can collectively, drawing on some points made in the last presentation, we can collectively try and hunt for talent in those hard-to-reach areas, those non-traditional areas that wouldn't necessarily spring to mind when we first start thinking about addressing our skills gap. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Lots to talk about there. I like the emphasis on, just let's be quite clear, this is a shared problem. This is not Highways England's problem. We've just got this massive expansion. We don't have the staff to deal with it, either in terms of engineering, commercial capacity, or whatever. So we'll talk about that in a little bit of time. But let's now talk to John Donegan, who's the chair of the Road Task Group with BritPave. He has got more than 30 years' experience in pavement construction, graduating as a civil engineer from Trinity in Dublin. He spent 25 years with SIAC Construction, becoming technical director for Bardon Composite Pavements in 26, and set up as an independent pavement engineering consultant in 2013. He was a founder member of BritPave in 1991, which is a bit like Britpop, except for pavements, and is the current chairman of its Road Task Group. So, John.
Slight technical hitch, Kirsty, here. I think, oh, here we go. I've arrived.
It's okay. This is the day of technical hitches.
Yes. Okay. Industry is in full agreement, really, that the traditional resource pool for road construction will struggle. In other words, there isn't sufficient asphalt capability to meet the planned programme that is on the table over the next few years. So what I would like to do is to share with you some concrete idea, and it's not a complete pun, about how sensible pavement design can help to deepen this resource pool. And what I will be talking about really very quickly is how the use of HBM and concrete pavements can help meet this challenge. HBM, hydraulically bound mixtures, well, they can be used as sub-bases, yes, but they can also be used as lower bases in the pavement. And the good news is that HBMs use lower grade aggregates than asphalt. So you've got a much wider pool of aggregate to choose from. You also use indigenous binders such as cement and fly ash rather than imported bitumen. Mobile mixing plants can be taken to the site where they're needed rather than talking about fixed locations. And high compaction pavers are now becoming increasingly available in the industry to lay this material. The result of these flexible composite designs is a reduced asphalt demand by 50% typically. It's not to eliminate asphalt, but it's more to make the use of asphalt more efficient. In this case, with flexible composite designs, you double the area of pavement that you can achieve per ton of asphalt. So concrete then as a further option, concrete pavements are thinner first of all, which means you use less raw materials, but there's also a much wider choice of aggregates that are suitable to make concrete. And you can use recycled concrete, for example, in new concrete pavements. Again, indigenous cement is the binder rather than imported bitumen, and mobile concrete plants can be taken to where they're needed. Slip-form paving equipment is used, which might otherwise be used in airfields, but it can be added to the resource pool for roads. You might need a thin surface course of asphalt, but that's usually only 35 mil thick, so effectively a 90% reduction in asphalt demand. So, you know, this is going to make the building materials for roads a much bigger resource pool to choose from. What about personnel? And this is a key one perhaps. There's a lot of plant and skilled personnel currently deployed in airfield construction that can be quite easily moved into the road sector. Similarly, you see lots of slip-form concrete barrier and channels. That plant and personnel can easily be adapted to pave concrete pavements. And skills are transferable, laying skills between laying asphalt and HBM. So with a little bit of training, we can help to broaden this resource pool. Materials, not really an issue at all, but I mean, we've got lots of aggregates in reserve. No problem with aggregates, and a much wider spectrum of choice for HBM and concrete. The latest figures I have for cement is that industry domestically can produce around 12 million tonnes per annum. And as I say, the latest figure I have was 8 to 10 million is what we would typically lay or use in the UK at the moment. So we've got sufficient resources that can be brought to play. What are BritPave doing to try and help? Well, we've produced some new guidance in terms of use of concrete in smart motorway construction, and I would recommend this to designers particularly as a sort of a heads up to the options that are available. And what we have to do really about concrete is explode some of the long-standing myths about concrete being expensive and difficult, because it's not really the case anymore. And so this guidance will help highlight key positives and benefits that concrete can provide, and in doing so, widen the resource pool available to designers and contractors.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we're going to hear from Steve Fox, who's the Chief Executive at BAM Nuttall. He's also a CBE, a chartered engineer. He joined BAM Nuttall in 1989, became a member of the Executive Board in 2007 and Chief Executive in 2010. He's a strong supporter of both trade and technician apprenticeships as routes into the industry, and has actively been working with BAM Nuttall's Women at BAM Group to promote career opportunities for women. Steve.
Hi, thanks, Kirsty. Can everyone hear all right? Because when you sat on the stage, I think they've borrowed an aeroplane from City Airport. It's just behind us, so we can't hear anything. Can you hear okay? Yeah. Right. So the exam question, I think, was, does the industry and the highway sector have the capacity and confidence to invest in people, skills and equipment to meet government ambition? I think the simple, superficial answer is yes. And we always do, despite the hype that we won't or we can't. And of course, the industry relies substantially on the transient European workforce to provide the skills that we don't have in a homegrown environment. But ultimately, we do deliver. Of course, the real answer is much more complex, and we face huge challenges if we really want to have a world of leading infrastructure in a world that's starting to change extremely rapidly. And I think also if we want to change the perception of our industry, and the industry in the whole, certainly the construction industry, has a a reputation, a perception at large of being late, over budget, of poor quality, and causing unnecessary and disruptive work. So there's clearly some bigger issues that we do need to get around, and these are linked, I think, to attracting people into our industry. I think right now there's a real watershed ahead of us. So I've got just a few observations of the industry. I'm not going to talk about any particular business or what anyone particularly does. First of all, does the government have a clear and real ambition? Now, yes, we have lots of political statements, but do these translate into commonly understood aspirations? I think the establishment of the Infrastructure Commission is a long overdue step in the right direction, and certainly I think everybody here would applaud that as a good move. But it really needs to work from a blank sheet of paper and not on government directions. I think we need to be clear that we really help it do that, and it starts to listen to what the future is, rather than carry on having a script led by central government. And of course we need government to implement its recommendations and not just turn them into political matters. And we've seen that already be going on with, you know, the precursor to the Infrastructure Commission, what's happened with the Davis report into airport capacity, where a very clear recommendation is now finding itself in the quagmire up to here about where we go and will we have the courage to take it forward. And then there's a question looking forward about whether the Commission can deal with the really big things. And the big things are the things we don't know about. You know, and perhaps the easy one to talk about in the highway sector is what will driverless cars do in our use and our need for highways. You know, how are we going to get to a stage of agile infrastructure when our whole movements change? The number of vehicles we use changes, the spacings between them changes, the efficiency changes, the ownership changes, the need for car parking changes, and how are we getting ready for these things? There's some really big issues we don't know the answers to, and right now we'll carry on building road and road capacity in the way we have done in the past, and we need to have a far more agile view of the future about how we respond to that. So there's big issues there for government if it's really got ambition. Secondly, big challenge for us is our stifling approach to innovation and new technology. Public procurement, UK design standards, design liabilities, warranties, all these things, step downs, prescription, what we want from public indemnities, just stifle anybody really doing anything new. I thought it was very interesting, wasn't it, this summer? I'm sure a lot of you spotted statement from Rotterdam City Council, and the public statement they made. They said they're going to develop and trial asphalt from recycled plastic in conjunction with a contractor. Authorities stood up and said, we're already doing that. There's a real challenge for us about how we get our mind around unlocking the blockers to proper innovation and how we really take things forward. Thirdly, of course, our industry is massively fragmented, more so than any other in Europe, and probably more than any other in the world, with, I'm afraid, very low barriers to entry and an obsession with competition. And despite what we say about supply chain relationships and things like this, there's still, and we see it on open book target contracts, where's my 3 prices? I want to see the lowest price from you. It's really hard to get away from this culture that flows through, this obsession with competition. And this keeps margins very low, risk high, and payment terms nowadays that stop anybody generating cash. Payment terms seem to be constructed to stop people generating cash, the lifeblood of a business, to generate the investment to take the industry forward. So big issues for us there. And that predictable outcome, the consequences of that, entirely predictable. No investment in R&D, really, of any substance. A little bit down the bottom end of the supply chain, but not really big investment in R&D. Little investment in people. Contractors tracing revenue and using the volume to generate profit as opposed to project margin. And not worrying about capacity because we're into this cycle where they just buy it out of the supply chain. So some big challenges there. And the fragmentation also results in no joined up messages, and of course the pressure to keep on message for investor confidence, which moderates what's said. So I think some challenges there for our industry. And then fourthly, the other area to go and look at is our education system, which simply does not produce what the industry and business generally needs. And neither the industry nor the education system inspire school leavers to want to look to us for careers. And it's really sad about how few people look to us. Fantastic industry. I loved my years on site. Absolutely brilliant industry, and yet we still can't inspire people to come in. You look at the average age of people in our industry, it's a sad indictment of where we are. I'm afraid apprentice talks become the latest political hot topic. So now we're going to have a tax to solve the problem. Delighted, that's been confirmed today, 0.5% levy on our wage bill. So never mind all the good work done by the CITB, we're now going to replace that with a tax system. And a lot of the talk really is about academic apprenticeships. Again, taking our eye off the immediate problems. As much of the problem today is in actually trade apprentices as well. Why are we using the transit European workforce? Because we're not bringing people in to learn the basic trades of our industry. And we've just turned the whole thing into a numbers game, apprentices. It's really quite sad. All the targets are about targets, not actually about resolving the issue. And in the short term, you know, the smarter things we can do. We actually kept engineers engineering, make a big difference. Most engineers, we teach them 3 or 4 years, teach them how to be engineers, and then we're going to get them to do something completely different. And there's, you know, some things we could look at ourselves about what we do. However, until such time as everything is done by robots, we will need to train real people to undertake real tasks. So there is an immediate problem for us. And the fragmentation of our industry, the extensive use of bogus self-employment, and the lack of direct employment by main contractors really results in very low levels of trade operations and industry promotion of this type of form of employment. I think we've got to look hard at how we go about that as well, because that's right at the root of why we invest so little in those sorts of people. So those are the key areas, I think, just in summary, that I think we need to look at. Yes, we can do it. Yes, we have done it to date. I think the real challenge for us is that the future is going to be very different to the past, and it's an opportunity to actually come at things very differently. And the next 5 years, we've really got to work out how to marshal that and lever it.
Thank you very much. Lots of food for thought and discussion there. And last but not least, Andrew Rowley, who's the Commercial Director of Contracting at Tarmac. He joined it in 2005. He previously held senior contracts-based roles with Aggregate Industries and Associated Asphalt. He chairs the Mineral Products Association's Road Strategy Group and is a member of its Asphalt Product Committee. He also sits on various Highways England bodies, including its Collaboration Board and Pavement Efficiency Steering Group. Andrew.
Thank you, Kirsty. Gearing for growth. We've all heard lots of numbers, 15 billion to be spent over the next 5 years. But 1 billion a year, ramping up to 3 or maybe 4 billion a year to be spent. But what we've seen at Tarmac actually has given us some concerns, certainly this year, and I know it's, you know, other companies in our industry. The first half of this year, we were 12% up on volume from the previous year, so, you know, like things were really moving forward. I think in March this year, our contracting business, we were forecasting 3.3 million tonnes that we'd do this year. We're going to now come in at the end of the year just under 3 million tonnes, so that's sort of a shortfall of just over 10% from what we visualised, what we saw and what we thought would come through in the second half of this year. So, you know, from our point of view, you know, we've seen that, you know, that happen, that bit of concern. I think going into next year, certainly the first quarter of next year, we're not expecting much different, and we do think though that in the second half of next year, a lot of the schemes that are now getting off the ground, they'll start to happen. We'll then see that volume start to come through. So from our point of view, we actually think it's 2017, 2018 when we're going to see the real change and the real demand in terms of skills and capacity that'll hit certainly the pavement suppliers. I think the main thing, again, you know, we hear a lot about programme visibility being really important, but for us, I think it's programme certainty, which I think is the thing that we need to start sort of focusing on now and coming through. So what have we been doing? Certainly at Tarmac, here's an example. You know, we've invested just under 7 million in a state-of-the-art new asphalt plant just inside the M25 in Hertfordshire. There's a further 3.6 million to be invested to improve the rail links to that plant. So again, you know, they can help meet the capacity that we're going to require on some of the major schemes that are coming forward. And I can give you lots of examples, not just from Tarmac, from other companies within the sector that are all doing the same in order to meet that sort of capacity that's going to be coming. The MPA, Mineral Products Association, I actually link in with Highways England as a representative from the industry, and we're actually now producing a video which should be with us within the next month. I was chasing it to be done for today, but it can't be. But it's something will be released certainly within the next month, which actually shows everybody what the industry is doing in terms of gearing up in terms of capacity. The people side of things, again, from Tarmac's point of view, very much focusing on new apprentices and graduates. You know, we have got an ageing workforce, so you know, getting in the gangs, we want to employ. Again, we want to directly employ. We don't want to meet the demands and the ramp up by the use of more subcontractors. You know, we want to get those people in ourselves and bring them through. So you know, we're acting on that, and certainly, you know, I think this delay in the ramp up probably will give us that little bit of time more than we expected. Finally, I think for me, a key element is if we're going to deliver the roads programme and we're going to deliver the ramp up when it comes, we need to start doing things differently. We need to start challenging the norm. At the moment, it's sort of common practice that we'll go out on the road at 10 o'clock at night, and when they put the first cone out, and we've got to be off at 6 o'clock in the morning, and we sort of do about 300 tonnes a night, and we've got to do it between 12 o'clock midnight and 4 a.m, so we get one load per lorry. And that's the way we've worked for a number of years. We've got to start doing it differently. We're not going to be able to deliver double that volume by using one load per lorry. It's inefficient, it's not cost effective. We've got to start challenging, and we've got to start extending working windows. We've heard about the 1,000-ton project. I think we've done 1,208, the current record in one overnight shift. But that's all about using, you know, bigger working areas and longer working windows. So we've really got to start making that happen. The reason I've put this slide up, this is a group that was established by David Brewer. So there's sort of every department in Highways England, plus main contractors and pavement suppliers. And we've established this pavement efficiency steering group. And we're really starting to look at the end-to-end. Because if we're going to deliver, I mean, Highways England are going to be judged on delivering that 15 billion and judged on delivering the 1.2 billion in efficiency savings that they're charged to achieve. So from that point of view, what we're targeting is about 500 million through pavements. So what we want to be looking at now is, and this diagram, I know it's a bit busy, but it tries to get across that if we're going to do that, we're going to have to look at it end to end. So starting to look at the best design. You know, now whether that's a concrete base or asphalt, it's whatever's best. You know, and not thinking about do minimum, not thinking about, you know, sort of more for less anymore. Really starting to think about whole life costs, because you know the efficiency is going to be driven by things lasting longer and doing things differently. So that's really what this model tries to drive. So it's early days, but we really want to sort of, you know, identify where the efficiency opportunities are, get those out into Highways England and its entire supply chain, and then embed those ideas over the sort of course of the next 6 months to a year, and start achieving and obviously measuring what we achieve in terms of efficiency. So 3 key points for me. The first one is programme certainty, and that's going to give industry the confidence to invest. The second one is, as a sector, we are gearing for growth. We are doing it, and in terms of people, capacity, resource. And the third one is, if we're going to deliver this programme and the efficiencies, we need to do things differently and start challenging the things we've always done. Thank you.
Just going right back, and I know there's been the conversation about apprentices today and what Osborne said, but it just strikes me that the masses of things that have changed is when I was growing up, I knew the name of engineers. You were told the name of engineers at schools. Engineers were superstars. You go back to Isambard, Kingdom Brunel, people like that, we knew about them. But now nobody seems to know what an engineer actually does. Kids at school don't know, and yet my grandfathers both went to engineering secondary schools. Schools that were designed for engineers, and I wonder whether or not industry should all get together and start an engineering school once again. I mean, you think that there's going to have to be some huge step change. If you're only taking on 30 apprentices of a workforce of 6,700 and 30 graduates, it's not going to be enough. How do you build huge capacity for how do you get people to be interested in STEM subjects when they're 10?
We are trying to, I mean, I was at a careers fair earlier this week. You know, we are trying to sort of engage people younger these days, certainly. But I think the thing, Kirsty, at the moment is that, you know, you don't want to bring too many people in too early. You know, you've actually got to gauge it with your workload. You know, there are parts of our business that are actually been laying people off, you know. So it's just getting it right. I mean, certainly we're putting the things in place, you know, to as I say, to get the people in, to get the youngsters in early, and get them through. And, you know, as I say, once we do see the ramp up, hopefully we will, you know, we'll keep that going and step up that recruitment drive.
I mean, what you seem to be suggesting is thank God for transient European workers.
Well, yeah, completely. I mean, the UK construction industry, although other services businesses, of course, have got a similar situation where they're largely supported by that workforce, particularly for people who do the work.
Yeah.
If you're looking for the trades, that's where they come from. More than 60% of our employees on Crossrail are transit Europeans. And they're great, they work hard, they come here with the right working culture, and they do the jobs, and a lot of them are well skilled. But the sad thing is we're not bringing our own people through. And if you look at you know, the British part of that population, it's ageing and it's not being replenished. But turning to the engineering agenda, of course the STEM agenda is a big thing, and there is a more joined up view on that, but of course it's much wider. It's a slow change, but actually if you look at the percentage that go into the construction industry, it's quite small. I mean, engineering is getting broader and broader, and I think this is one of the things we've started to look at how it goes forward. I mean, all forms of contract, but particularly construction contracts, are going to become more and more multidisciplinary. And we have to work out how to actually make them really appealing from the outset to everybody, because we have a far broader range of engineers working on these days to what we had 30 years ago. But we're not making the industry attractive to people, and the schools don't see, and parents don't see the construction industry as a good place to go and work.
And very much, you are very keen, you were saying that, you know, the massive problems in terms of the female workforce, ethnic diversity, and what do you think in terms of school can be done about that? Because we are talking about now, if you're going to gear up for the next 10 years, we're talking about getting people now as they go into secondary school.
There is a great need to inspire the current younger generations, and I don't know if we need the Isambard, Kingdom Brunels and the like. I mean, that can help, but I think what we are seeing is that the younger role models are proving to be very effective in encouraging other young members into the industry and into the profession. You know, as an example, within the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, the percentage of females across our total membership is a very embarrassing 11%. But in the age group of 20 to 30, where we've been actively seeking a recruitment campaign, we've got 25 to 30%. So we are seeing younger people coming in. We're seeing a greater proportion of women. But I think the three stages we need to see improved. There is that inspiration to the younger people going through education. We need to make the industry more attractive to them in terms of letting them see that career opportunities, and then they need to see a greater career path. And clearly, you know, career paths, again, when we're only seeing 10% of females on boards, the career path structure is not working at the moment. So getting rid of some of that unconscious bias within the current organisations to allow females the proper opportunity to get up to senior positions.
Yes, and I mean the broader point is about how you're actually going to deliver the huge demand of you to get these roads done, get these motorways done, never mind what you're actually going to do within your own organisation. So what is your advice to organisations like BAM Nuttall, to Tarmac, to paving? What is your advice for them to actually think of innovative ways to recruit?
So I wish I had that magic wand. So from our perspective, and we're taking it from our own organisational learnings, is that actually there's absolutely the points that have already been raised. There's something about the early engagement in schools and colleges, which I don't think we're making enough of a concerted, joined up effort around. I think we're probably all delving in that field in different areas, whether it be recruitment events for graduates or social action projects with colleges and schools. We ourselves as Highways England, we've just signed up to an initiative in Birmingham, and Atkins, if there are any representatives in the room, have partnered kindly with us on that. And we're working as corporate coaches for 20 17-year-olds in a disadvantaged area of Birmingham, where we are coaching them through a social action project, and at the same time we're selling them the idea of a career in our industry. Now that's 20 young people that we're going to capture, 20 young people that Atkins are going to capture, but actually if we were to try and take that example and try and multiply it, so we had more infrastructure organisations involved in a partnership approach, we could cover off somewhere like Birmingham and have quite an impact, for example, on some of that early talent, that emerging talent. But there are hotspots, I think, in those age ranges, so you could do something at primary school level even, but we have to feel compelled enough to do it, and that's quite a resource commitment from all of us.
And it's not about graduate, I mean, I know that Osborne's been talking today about graduate apprenticeships, but actually what it is kids going to FE colleges, and the struggle at FE colleges, as we all know, is phenomenal for young kids to be able to get themselves through FE colleges.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, you know, it's not, so our own apprenticeship efforts, we have 74 apprentices at the minute. We have now started to really try and target 50% of those being the technical engineering apprenticeships, rather than maybe the easier apprenticeship routes that organisations took, which was around some of the business admin and more sort of administrative apprenticeships. So we're trying to tackle that head on.
I think we suffer from a historical legacy that the construction industry is not seen as an attractive industry for engineering graduates. A huge number of engineering graduates actually never practice as engineers. They go and work in the city, or they go on into the academic world. And I think if we achieve this critical mass that we're talking about of continuity, not just in roads but in infrastructure generally, I think maybe we'll have a more attractive environment to retain engineers as engineers and not lose them because they don't see a continuous career prospect for themselves.
But you were talking also about stifling innovation, and of course if young people are seeing that there's huge problems in the industry of getting innovation, they're not going to want to be part of an organisation that seems as if it's as much as looking backwards as forwards.
Yeah, I think that's where the big opportunity is, where the watershed is over the next 5 or 10 years, because at long last I think, we're finally going to have the overdue impact of technology in our industry, and we're going to start to do things differently. I mean, this industry's got to stop doing things the way it's done it for the last 200 years. We're building sites, we still lay bricks, still pour concrete in the same way as we did at the turn of the century. And surely that's going to change substantially. We're going to start to do manufacture very different things off-site, more than manufacture, different sorts of technologies affecting it, as well as different technologies affecting actually what we want, and also starting to build more agile infrastructure in terms of how we're going to change its use. And I think that, along with how our youngsters should see technology impacting our industry, hopefully will provide the catalyst for us to learn how to engage and to use that opportunity to engage with people differently and start to bring them in. Because right now, I mean, we're just stuck.
Questions from the audience now, please. Yes, one there and one right beside, so that's very handy. And then over this side. Let's take first and second.
Hello, Simon Flint, Lagan Construction. If I could just come back with a point and then I'd like to ask my question. I asked a head teacher once, recently actually, why we weren't attracting more people into STEM subjects. And his response was, it's the quality of teaching. And I don't think he really meant it was the lack of quality, he meant the inspirational side of it. And I would say that therefore, it's incumbent upon us as an industry is to try and supplement that, to try and encourage people into the STEM subject. So we need to be able to drill down more into the STEM subject as an industry.
You're with Lagan, did you say?
I'm with Lagan Construction, far better than Lagan Rook.
Right.
But my question now, Kirsty, if that's all right. I've got four, but
one will do.
One will do.
At the moment.
It's probably directed as much at Steve as anybody. Steve, with your experience, etc., do you think that clients are going to have to change their procurement practices to be able to secure the resources that they require to complete their work?
Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm the mic. Sorry. The mic, the only mic.
I certainly think that procurement and delivery strategies, have an important role to play in getting efficient use of resource. We see some very resource-intensive approaches to project delivery, where we're duplicating roles, where we're requiring large numbers of tenderers to produce a lot of work during tender periods, 80% of which proves to be abortive. We've got to look at getting clarity of roles between clients and the supply chain. When there's a shortage of resource, we've got to make sure that clients, have the right capability, but they're not trying to poach resource from the supply chain to build up their own capability, adding to the cost inflation. So, yes, I fully agree that procurement, has a big role to play. Getting that greater collaboration between the parties so there's a better understanding of resources, using techniques that allow suppliers to see a long-term commitment in front of them so they can really plan that resource. They can look ahead 2 to 3 years with firm commitment and to put in place the resources that are going to be needed.
Thank you very much. Pass along, yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that, interestingly, about a year ago we attended a workshop all about capacity and resource and skills, and at that workshop it was full of procurement professionals from the tier ones and that sort of thing, discussing gearing for growth and what we all face, and there wasn't really any tier 2s and tier 3s there. And I think it's really good that Highways England have recognised the importance of engaging with tier 2s and tier 3s and starting to talk about some of these things and addressing some of these issues, and it's made such a big difference. And I think things like the Engagement Council, where now these people are coming into it, there's absolutely a place for procurement professionals and people to look at some of the challenges that we face, but I think really good that there's wider engagement now with tier 2s and tier 3s, and fair play for Highways England for seeing that and addressing it.
Sam, we were just hearing from Bam Nuttall about the whole obsession with competition and the problem, and also all that, the amount of work that has to be done for these contracts. This streamlining, do you understand that from the past that's been a barrier as well?
So I'm not going to profess to try and convince everybody that procurement is my area of specialism. It's not. I spend quite a lot of time talking to David Poole, trying to fathom out what's going on in his head. He's our procurement director, for those of you who know him, and he won't mind me having a little dig. And actually, what I can give you is an insight into, as a senior leadership team, our desire to uncomplicate matters as far as we can. Now, the problem that we have, of course, and it's our problem to try and contend with, is that actually we are the guardians of taxpayers' money. So what we have to do is ensure that we are able to evidence and show our shareholder, the DfT, that we are spending it wisely and we're following all of the rules that are bestowed upon us. However, within that, I'm a big believer in some creativity. And actually, I know it's something that David and the rest of the team are grappling with, and there's obviously some evidence of where we're trying to do things differently.
Would either of you like to come in on that?
Procurement, yeah. Oh dear. I think the simplest observation to make on procurement is, I think we talked about for a long time about it's a huge inefficiency in this industry. I suppose the only thing I would say is, what other industry goes about procurement in the way that we go about ours, where somebody decides what they want. They actually get a couple of engineers in the client organisation to decide what they want. Then they get a bunch of different types of experts to tell them a bit more about what they want. Then they get some procurement experts to tell them to buy it. They get some lawyers to tell them how to write a contract that shovels it all over. And then way down the line, they think, I might go and talk to the person who's going to build it. And is it any wonder why when the builder turns up, he goes, well, your budget's wrong and we can't build it like this. There's a much better way of doing it. It's just bonkers. Now, maybe we deserve it because of the perception of the industry, so maybe we're caught up in that vicious circle. So we can sit here whinging about it. Somehow we've got to all work out how to break that cycle. There are some glimmers of things changing, but, really to get contractor input right upstream, I don't advocate contractors taking over design and taking over other things. I think what you need to do is to get everybody who's going to take an active part in building a scheme involved much earlier, align the objectives so we're all trying to achieve the same things. Everybody at the moment is employed on different models with different incentives. Is it any wonder that you get different outcomes and everybody's got different incentives for what they're delivering? It's pretty obvious. What you put in is what you get out.
And do you take lots of experience away from Crossrail?
I'm trying to see who's here from Crossrail.
Okay, no one listening.
Personally, I think Crossrail was procured in the way it was procured because it was the way to get it built. I don't think there's many people who would say you'd buy Crossrail the way it was bought if you were starting on a blank sheet of paper. Crossrail took 37 years to get onto site. I think decisions were made.
You couldn't really have done anything at the beginning. You were about 10. 15
years ago, when they were taking decisions that were trying to tie people's hands to building it, decisions were taken. that probably weren't in the best interest of most economic way of getting the best scheme, but they got us a scheme built. I think if those things hadn't been done 5 years ago when there was a chance for another round of austerity, the scheme could have been stopped.
Yeah.
So, you know, I can't criticise why we did what we did. You'd hope that we'd do it differently in the future.
Thank you very much. Question next, please.
Cheers. Thank you. My name's Dave Hill. I'm also from Lagan Construction. I think you've touched on a lot of the points I wanted to make and the question I wanted to ask, which is about skills shortage. I think we've talked about getting new people into the industry, but I think we need to sweat the asset more. I think we've actually got more capacity than we think currently, but I think we're obsessed with man marking and duplication of effort within each individual project. You know, you have a designer designs, and then he checks his under design, and then the client checks his design as well, just in case. And then a contractor will do a piece of work, and then that'll be checked by a cost consultant or by a designer or a site assurance. We're obsessed with checking and double checking, and all that's doing is draining vital resources. For me, what we need to do is think absolutely radically about how we deliver schemes in a manner that actually people on site who deliver them are only adding value and not doing tasks that actually are just nice to have and just checking. And I think, I don't know how we break this cycle of working in silos where you get a designer, you get a cost consultant, you get a contractor, you get a client, and you get your supply chain, and we're all working in individual silos, man marking, checking each other. If we can get out of this vicious circle and this cycle, maybe the resources that we demand are actually there.
Right.
The other point I'd like to make is perhaps that environment of always being checked, challenged, is something that's stopping new blood, younger members of graduates coming into the industry, because you know who wants to work in an environment where every single piece of work they do is being challenged or checked by a third party. And how do we? So the question I ask is, how do we get out of this vicious circle?
I was going to say, well, you take a leaf out of the Hatton Garden Robbers book. They didn't need much checking. They just get through quite fast. Maybe we should employ them for Crossrail. So how do we get out of this vicious cycle? Sorry, I ask a question and I'm expecting an answer, but there's silence.
Steve mentioned earlier early contractor involvement. I'm a strong advocate for that, because I think it brings the best out of the team if you get the contractor and the designer talking to each other early, bring in innovation early, and share resources and save resources.
Yes. Can that be sorry, this is a question again born out of ignorance. Can that be mandated by Highways England, that actually there should be a new model which says you have to bring the contractor on board early? I mean, is that possible?
I would like to think so, but that's my ignorance again in this area. So, I would like to start from a position of why not, and then let's figure out what the barriers are.
Yep. Can that be mandated?
Mandated?
Well, can that be forced to happen?
Yeah, I think that, sorry, my the point I was trying to get across in terms of looking at things differently and trying to drive that efficiency is something that is recognised, and and it is about challenging the way we've always done things, and whether it is that design or whether it is the way that we engage. So the forms of contract, which you can see in Steve, there's frustrations in the way things currently work. So I think we're all agreeing, but I actually do think that opportunity is there for us to, you're absolutely right. There's obviously reasons that things have developed in a certain way. So there's things you've also got to guard against. You can't just suddenly, rip it up and do something completely different. But we've got to do better than we have been doing, and we've got to, if we're going to deliver these efficiencies, we're going to deliver this program. We really are going to have to start moving quickly, be agile, and start making some of the things happen. So I think everybody would agree with you that there's opportunity there to take a lot of waste and a lot of cost out of the system.
Gentleman there, yes.
I'm asked to stand up. I'll introduce myself, Rien Huurman from the Netherlands, Royal BAM in the Netherlands, and I perhaps have a suggestion in the Netherlands.
Could you put the mic really close?
Closer to my mouth. Okay, whoa.
No, we like that.
In the Netherlands, we have a system that is quite different from the system that apparently you guys here have in the UK. In the Netherlands, a contractor might be responsible for a road that he has paved for a period of 20 or 30 years. As a result, the contractor itself is going to design the road, construct the road, produce the asphalt. Everything is in one house. There is no lag and check and recheck and overcheck and whatever. You get quite an effective way of constructing and maintaining roads. That is a suggestion. I also have a question with respect to the cement as an option for asphalt. Asphalt is a flexible material. As a result of that, it can cope with settlements and it can cope with temperature differences. And you pay for that in terms of rutting. Asphalt is sensitive to rutting. Concrete is a rigid material. It doesn't deform. That's why we build bridges from concrete and roads from asphalt. If you build roads from concrete, you're vulnerable to reflective cracking. And I'm very keen in how you solved the problem of reflective cracking when you use concrete as the main bearing structure of a pavement. So one suggestion and a question.
Okay.
Pick up the check from tarmac at the end.
That's right. Pick up the check from tarmac. But then presumably, under European rules, you'll be actually coming in after some of these contracts. So you'll want to bring your Dutch system. Oh God, you'll want to bring your Dutch system in. No, oh no, you're not allowed to. And they're not allowed to. So we're all. You don't feel like you can come in. That's interesting. Yes. Steve, sorry.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the PPP program, which of course we launched in the UK, and then we decided we fell out of love with it. And actually in the Netherlands, of course, they picked it up and we do a lot more of it. But actually it is interesting, there is a very different business model outside of the UK. John Armitt reflected on it on his inaugural speech as president of the ICU, where the UK is the only place where design and contractors are basically kept separate. And elsewhere, so I know obviously in Royal BAM in Holland we do just that we do in-house design, in-house surfacing, so surfacing is not subcontracted out. It's a whole different approach. It's got far more vertical alignment within the supply chain, which we don't do in the UK. We've tried to separate it all.
Okay, let's talk about concrete versus tarmac.
It's not me.
One of the
Okay, we're going to do it in 30 seconds.
Well, the questions that you raise are technical issues, really. And in flexible composite pavements in the UK, we have beaten the reflection cracking problem by putting induced cracking in the HBM basis. So that's not an issue anymore for us in the UK. And in relation to concrete pavements themselves, well, the only concrete pavements that have been built in the UK in the last 10 years or more have a thin asphalt surface on. But the pavement underneath is continuously reinforced, so there aren't any cracks. So we believe technically we've beaten that.
Thank you very much indeed. Coming over this end for a quick comment and a hand up there, so let's get the microphone there.
Yeah, just a quick point on the collaboration between the English and the Dutch road authorities. When I was working at the Highways Agency, we established a collaborative working arrangement between the Dutch Rijkswaterstaat and English Highways Agency. And the original PFI DBFO program was developed in the United Kingdom, and the Highways Agency shared their thinking on PFI development with the Rijkswaterstaat, which led to the development there. So I think that's one good example of where there was very effective collaboration to take that forward.
And then we ditched it. Yes.
Thank you. Matt Atkinson from BAM Nuttall. So I'm speaking carefully because my boss is on the stage. So we've heard some interesting comments about how our Dutch colleagues think about quality of the build, perhaps above all else, because it's obviously important to their business model. Dave alluded to the man-marking habits we have in our industry. Steve picked up on the low entry requirements to industry. You know, man, white van, bag of cement is a civil engineer. And somewhere in the middle of all that must be a question about how do we get our clients, and our particular client in Highways England, to really value the quality of work that we can all produce, as opposed to the cheapness or the drive down of our price in which to do it. So the question to the panel is, how do we encourage our client to think about quality above all else, which will help everything drop into place?
Yep. Okay? Oh no, you're the boss. Pass it down the end if you like to. Yep.
Well, actually, just coming in on that point, I think it's a great question. And actually, I think just from speaking from the client organisation's point of view, I think some of what's going to drive that is some of the thinking around customer service, believe it or not, which is actually, if we start to frame the question in a different way, we'll actually start to open up our minds to some different way of thinking, which isn't just cost-driven. So we have been criticised in the past as an organisation about caring more about the asset than we do about the customer. And I dare say some of that would have been born out of a drive for efficiency around cost and looking at the bottom line on some of these procurement exercises, rather than actually something might cost a bit more or it might take a bit longer, but actually for the customer it's the best thing to do. And I honestly believe that takes us to a different view around quality and the quality of what's being produced, rather than being driven by the bottom line.
Thank you very much indeed for bringing it over here. Yep.
Yeah, I think that we are starting to see an acknowledgement of the importance of whole life costs, and and I think that I absolutely agree that definitely, I think Highways England would acknowledge that certainly mistakes have been made in recent times about some of the contracts and the way those contracts have been awarded, and that's why probably if you think about what's gone on this last year or two in terms of asset support contracts and that haven't been awarded, and so at least they've stood up and not been prepared to award something that might not be right. So I think that certainly from our point of view, we are seeing an acknowledgement that, and some of the work that we're doing is around better materials, about better design, and this absolute move away from just more for less and that sort of attitude. So that's what I believe is the case.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And at this stage, I'd like to thank our panel, who have been absolutely expert and also expert with the microphone. Thank you very much to Kier as the sponsor of this event. That ends the content for now in the Mott MacDonald Theatre for today. But once you leave this space, lucky you, it's going to be magically transformed for the evening supper venue. If you're coming back to that, you'll need to be here for 7 o'clock. And in a few minutes, you'll be able to hear Hayden Merzel, the Chief Executive of Kier, on the keynote stage. And he's going to draw together many of the themes you've heard today, although his talk is tantalizingly titled Time to Tear Up the Rulebook, which is kind of what the spirit of this conversation has also been about. So if you'd like to foregather outside, you're going to be hearing from Hayden at exactly 5:20. Thank you very much indeed.